Good morning everybody, and a very warm welcome to Newcastle International Airport for this week's Friday show. As always, grateful for an early confirmation on sound. Had a bit of a jippy period just before go live, not for any particular reason, probably rust if you get my meaning. Not done anything for a week. Hope everybody's doing fine anyway. So where were we? So in fact, let's do sound first, otherwise I could be talking to myself. Thank you Alibi58, top modding. How you doing, my friend? We'll go for takeoff. So officially from the top, good morning and a very warm welcome here from Newcastle International Airport. As is customary on the Friday show, certainly on what's the residual part of the summer timetable, we've got a Dreamliner 8 on the forecourt. Came in from Manchester earlier this morning on its way to Cancun. More on that in a bit. In the meantime, we've got plenty of easy-paced plane spotting and chat. In fact, I just realised I can put myself on camera today, can't I? Or can I? Let's have a go. Hello! Don't worry, I won't keep myself on for too long. But it always feels nicer to be able to say sort of hello face to face, even if it's only for a short part of the show. So on air till around 3:45 if everything behaves and the action continuity stands up. That's always the big if at Newcastle. Smaller regional airports do tend to have. What have I got going on here? Got a fire tender just moving across to the bizjet part. The sharp-eyed, no, headed the other way. Sun Express, I've seen Alibi's comment on its way in, and you'll notice very quickly they've cut the hedges. Looks nice and short there. Reminds me that I need a haircut, certainly before we go to Barcelona. But go this way, and the bits that they left long last year, they've continued to leave long, as they have. Even the bit in the middle, they've not trimmed it, so they clearly intend that to grow as well. So personal view is I think they are hoping to obscure the view, to be honest, over time. It's obviously a medium-term project, but 2 years running, I kind of think tells you what you need to know. If you're new to the show and you're wondering who's doing the chopsing at this end, I'm Mark, very pleased to meet you. Okay, what else do I need to tell you? What do you need to know? I suppose, sorry, I'm just going to put us back on the runway again, because I'm mindful that if you've never done Newcastle before, you might not be familiar with the setup. So it's a single track runway disappearing off that way. That way, you keep going far enough, you'll be in the North Sea, and that is runway 25. So that is the end that is going to be operational today. I'm at the opposite end, which is runway 07, which is exciting when they run it because the planes kind of swoop in over the shoulder, but they give you less of the approach shot, so it's potato, depends what your hope is really. There's our friend the windsock. It is a windy day today, but it's basically a west-southwesterly stroke westerly, so I don't think it's going to be a particular factor in terms of making it difficult for the pilots. But let's just see how the day progresses. So we'll go back to the Dreamliner for the minute while we await our Sun Express from Antalya. They reckon it's a 5% chance of rain as well today, so that's why I've taken my coat off. I've brought no brolly. I believe them. They say it's less than 5%. Yeah. They did say it was only 30% chance of rain on Sunday at Edinburgh, didn't they? Boy, did that 30% land. John Kenneth Williams has got it nice and hot in Ibiza, I see. My eye just delighted to that post, John Kenneth, and I made up for you. It's bright here, but it's nippy. It said 8.5 degrees on the car thermometer. The Met Office say around 10, but it probably is 10, but feels like 8 and a bit. But anywho, right, I think I'll take myself off camera because we don't want to get my fat head in the path of the oncoming Sun Express. Sun Express, I think at the end of the month, certainly Antalya, the Friday connection is stopping. I think they're done end of October, early November. I was trying to find the definitive for that before I went live, but failed. Tried hard, but failed. Anyway, where are we? Let's get lined up ready. So, although it's windy, this spot is not feeling it because essentially the wind is more or less at our backs, and we've got a nice big hedge to protect us, shield us. Sun Express reminds me I've just got to switch something else on. So let's just hold that there. Let the plane fill the shot. I'll switch something else on. The things that you might forget when you're live streaming. Crikey, Debbie's got 2 degrees. Cripes. That doesn't sound what's required, does it? Just checking, Debbie. You're not in the Falkland Islands or somewhere today, are you? So memory serves, this Max 8, 5 years of age. And if it isn't, it really should be. If only to help me get my facts straight. So with the hedge all trimmed, it would be really obliging if this ran out long. Let's see whether the duty-free allowance has been properly hammered. I think it's going to make the intersection, isn't it? So we should have some bizjet action early in the show as well. We've got an ASL, as in the freighter guys, who also do private jets. They've got their Cessna 510, it's all scrambled in my head, 510 Mustang Citation, or 510 Citation Mustang. Any of those words in any conceivable order. See, look, back to the shaggy hedge thing again. And then we get back to the barbershop end of the hedge. That's due out at 11 anyway, so we've got some bizjet action in the show, and I think we have also got a Bombardier Challenger 604 a little bit later too. So we have at least 2 bizjets on the card at the minute, and of course we can usually bank on some helicopter action, which is nice. Got the hunch that that Dreamliner, which is due to go at 11:30, is running late. I can see the green tape from the terminal. It looks to me like people might still be boarding, which will probably push it into the 777's operating window. I think we've ought to say some hellos to the chat, really, aren't we? And of course, everybody, you know the usual drill. If we could get the likes on nice and early, helps us a lot with YouTube. That helps us a lot better than a lot with YouTube. Because they don't really put much gusto into promoting small channels anyway. So, you know, everything helps. So from the top of what I can see, and we'll just rest us up on this Dreamliner for a jiffy. Let me get back on cam for a bit. Here we are. Right, from the top. The first name I can see is Mark Sanderson, so I apologise if you are north of Mark Sanderson in the chat. But Mark is the first I can see. And Keith Cornell, Chigwell's finest, is in the house at Heathrow today. What's the weather doing there, Keith? Have a great time spotting. Is there anything particular bringing you to Heathrow on this certainly nice in the northeast Friday morning? Are you big game hunting? If you are, do tell. Mohawk Scotland, good morning to you. I hope you are doing well. Well, that's interesting, and I suppose it's entirely logical, isn't it, as well, that obviously Orlando and Florida at the minute is, well, it's just not a viable route. I don't know what point it becomes viable or to what extent the actual tourist centres have taken a pounding. I do feel for everybody involved, it's absolutely blooming awful. Alibi 58 we've already exchanged, of course putting me on the right tracks with sound. Cold today in Alibi's part of the world too. I guess the further north I go, the colder it's likely to feel. Like I say, I'm coat off at the minute, but I'm not quite the hero I'm trying to present. Fleece 1, Fleece 2, lucky footy shirt, Leicester one at the weekend, of course, and Under Armour. So when I say it feels pretty good at the minute, it's a conditional feels pretty good. I think the bigger test is I'm not using gloves or pocket warmers. Looks like they're setting fire to some stuff in the fire station. Unfortunately, the position of the hedge line being what it is, but just taking me off cam, I can't think the pilot of the inbound ATR is massively appreciative for this. I think this might be Belfast, but it might not. So I'm really surprised they've been given permission to set fire to stuff for training, obviously, when the prevailing wind is across the active runway. But, you know. Visibility doesn't look impaired, does it? If anything, there's a little haze wobble. First prop of the show. Ooh. That's not me being erratic there. Must be a little bit of a tricky cross breeze there, because it came down nicely. They always look like they're feeling for the deck, don't they, ATRs? But they're such a resilient aircraft in difficult conditions as well, so. Yeah, I'm padded up, Mark Sanderson, all right. But I've not bought my knee pads. They're still in the blinking car. I can't believe I'd be that stupid. I suppose the answer is stay off your knees. God, these bushes go on forever, don't they? Right, you will see an ATR there momentarily. So where are we? Deborah Speller. Good morning, Deborah Speller. Hope all is good. The Foxy Bee. Good morning, the Foxy Bee. Deborah and Foxy Bee, in your respective parts of the world, can you match this sunshine? Of course, it begs a different question. Can we actually keep the sunshine? I didn't look for the weather forecast for Sunday's show. I think last I looked, it was all right. I'll tell you what, for those of you who live in the Newcastle Airport area or get down to Spot, apart from the fact that the hedge trimming has only been a partial success for us spotters, the long-awaited red lining, the extra red line zone they've got around the spotting location I am at the minute, they've got the paint out, the lines are everywhere. I think they're active from the 21st of October. Well, our ATR is okay. Switch them engines off. Ah, Sir John Kenneth Williams being 1 hour ahead. Yes, you're right. Good afternoon for you. Don't rub it in. You've got the weather. And you're getting into that afternoon siesta window. I fancy around the pool afternoon siesta in some decent rays. Mike Wild, hello to Mike Wild. Hope the week's been kind to you. Hi to David Smart. How's it going, buddy? And vlogging everything. Good morning. Michelle Johnson is in the house. Good morning, Michelle. Oh, I've got a great Aurora post from Les Donaldson that is kindly shared. I didn't even know there was an Aurora event night indicated last night, to be honest. First I knew of it was, I looked at, Les had sent me a picture of it. It's a great picture. It almost looks like some kind of alien ship has landed the other side of a hedge. I'll put it up in a bit. You've got to see it, folks. It's a goodie. And then, literally, the news touched on the fact that we'd had a Northern Lights night. It's ironic, really, because when I was in Morrison's in the week, I was chatting to the lady on the till, and the lady behind then got involved, and we were on about the Northern Lights, and none of us had seen the Northern Lights firsthand. All agreed it was on our bucket list to do, or to-do lists rather than bucket lists. Yeah, I'm with you, Michelle Johnson. I think this is PSA too. Bedrooms are right to be cool, aren't they, really? Right, ready for some... See how busy this Belfast plane actually was. Got a little skip to the left there. Chuck your surplus stuff in there. Jim 33. Hello to you, Jim 33. And Debbie's watching from Stanley. That's not far away, is it, Debbie? Not far away at all. Well, unless there's another Stanley. Are you County Durham Stanley, or is there one in Dorset, that kind of thing? Probably is. Exploring buses, trains, planes in the UK. Hello to you, my friend. Welcome to Newcastle. Britannia 079, hello to you, sir. So, Sun Express running until the 23rd of November. I'm not sure, though, if you could clarify for me, it'd be useful for forward planning. I'm not sure they're running the Friday flight through to the 23rd. But if you can add a bit of precision to my vague when's it stopping kind of thing, because it is quite handy with an 11 o'clock start to have a plane in front end of the show. There was a couple of other arrivals that I think were late arrivals, Ryanair and a British Airways, possibly an EasyJet. My head was in the box at the time. It was just one of those days where I would have started a bit earlier if I could, but I couldn't clear the sound problem I got until I had one of my little moments of, I won't say genius, I'll just say fleeting passing of logic. Right, let's just have a, we'll stay here for the minute. People are still coming off there. I'm thinking that's a reasonably full flight, to be honest. Philip Ross, hello to you in Jesmond. Now we know where Jesmond is, nice and nearby. Car Eddie had a flat there with friends when he was off at uni. Robert D, good morning to Robert D. Tell you what, Robert D, your efforts down here in terms of tackling that ridiculous litter were absolutely exemplary, my friend. It's clear as a bell here. Go on, let's just showcase the fact that this is in fact true. So last week's show, or 2 weeks ago show, there was a big pile of stuff there, you know, boarding the Dreamliner as well now. Just changing horses as I'm apt to doing. Terry the artist, good morning, Tell. Top of the morning to you, sir. I suppose it really is top of the morning, isn't it? Sort of 11:30 or thereabouts. Bashing down hard on midday. Rab H is in the house. Good morning, Rab H. How goes it, my friend? Foxy B confirms that Nottingham is indeed glorious this morning. With what's happening in America at the minute with Storm Milton and the general idea that if there's a hurricane storm there, the least we get is some grotty wet weather, even if it doesn't become anything too onerous. Kind of like you think, oh, we better hang on to enjoy this sunshine. Boy, am I loving it here. Chase Plays, hello to you. Will I be at live? Will I get my words out? Live at Edinburgh on Sunday? Yes, I will, my friend. Usual time with us, so we will be live from around 10 to 8 in the morning through till somewhere between 1:15 and 2 o'clock, depending on how the final planes of our show fit for us. So we'd like to finish with the Delta 767 to New York JFK when that is possible. So everyone's going on there. Are they only boarding through the front? I don't think they've boarded anybody on through the rear. But the stairs are there. Unless that's more about the support staff. Curious. Well, for me anyway. Carl Johnston. Good morning, Carl Johnston. Working today or at home with your feet up? Vlogging everything is watching us from Dublin. Another great airport location is Dublin. Been a while since we've been now. We've done it twice and encountered a lot of tricky signal issues. Although, curiously, we do have the answer, we think, to those tricky issues. But anyway, our gaze has been elsewhere. But it is a cracking location, no question. So I would imagine, I've got to check this out, but I'd imagine this is off to Bristol, but it's bound to be Belfast if I say Bristol. It's Belfast. Yeah, Rab, I hope you're not feeling too, what's the word I'm after? Jaded from your trip to the hospital yesterday. I'm catching the residual part of the chat on that one. Stoffel Bell, hello to you. Not far away from us, over in South Shields. Rab's got a quandary for Sunday. A quandary for Sunday. You think we'd have an emoji for that, wouldn't you? Sunday for quandary. I'm going to say it the right way around. A quandary for Sunday. Oh dear. Anyway, what is the quandary? Weather is looking good for cycling and you haven't been out for 10 days. After the week you've had, Rab, I think you should get out on the bike, mate. I think if the greater good is the bike, you need to be on it, my friend. 'Cause you don't know what's coming next, as in weather, do you? Well, if you do, you've got to tell me as well, like, cut me in on the secret. But yeah, I think it makes sense to do the outdoor stuff, you know, enjoyable outdoor stuff particularly. Right, we'll wait over here for that A319-100 to come back out the bushes that have very thoughtfully been left along by the far-sighted and engaging team at Newcastle International Airport. Carl Johnson has his feet up for a few weeks. Hope you're keeping well, my friend. Just checking that that is in fact the case. Yeah, there are no spa treatments, are there, Ab H? I've had a, I know it's sharing too much on an industrial scale, but I've had a couple myself. Can't say I enjoyed either experience remotely, but you know, it's just trust yourself, don't you? Greater good. Or more accurately, you trust the expertise of the people around you that are trying to do right by you. Okay, try to drive on with the chat. So this will be the first departure of the show. Good opportunity for me to check that I've got the right cable length for the HDMI. Same cable, but I always tie it off bespoke to the location that I'm streaming from. And of course, you kind of get a rough idea where it is, but it's not the same. Quarter of an inch could be the difference. Ah, well, Rab, I'm now thinking you'd be out on your bike today if you weren't prohibited from being out on the bike. I couldn't fault you, although it's great to have your company. Well, Carl Johnston, I hope you have a restful 4 weeks. I always find autumn a strange time of the year, really. When it's a nice autumn day, it really is lovely. You know, the smells of autumn and everything. But we've had a few really grotty days in the northeast recently, and I think probably in other chunks of the UK too. And there was nothing nice and autumnal about them. I think I can pretty much say that I ain't mowing the back lawn this side of 2025. Might get on the front, that tends to dry very quickly. But back, no chance, that's done. At least it's fairly short. Well, it was. Well, Rab, I think we're on a win-win then, aren't we, mate? If Monday's looking good too, I definitely can confirm we're not streaming on Monday. Right, Mark 079, Sun Express, Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday during the first week of November, twice weekly. So does that make... I think that does make the Friday service, I think that's then discontinued at the end of the month. Is that what I'm extrapolating from that? Because unless it's a storm day or something, Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday aren't really days that we'll stream as a rule. We're thinking ahead here as what we're going to have. And with the blue skies, or mostly blue skies, if you see any tasty overflies, please do sing them up. We've certainly got a little bit of light wispy cloud above me currently, but of the sort that I think you'd still see a 747 or anything of that scale. Might get an early test of that actually. I can see a Cessna Citation on flight radar coming in the opposite lane. Might be a little bit ambitious to see that through the wispier cloud cover. Right, where are we? So that Mustang hasn't shown itself yet. Told you all about it and it ain't materialised. Let's just check if it's on the still on the departures listing. Don't like to come up short. Right, I think the dreamy boarding looks like it's about done. Stairs have definitely been withdrawn from the back. Let's just confirm that. What's happening on the old baggage front? Looks to me like they might still be dobbing the odd bits on. So thanks Robert D. Bombardier Challenger 604 arriving in 1 hour 17 minutes from Mallorca. I think that's Gamma Aviation operating that one. So that would have been the second of the bizjets I was thinking of. Sadly it looks like we're all done. Let's get to the front steps. Let's see what is happening there. Is this Mrs. Patmore or somebody else? Let's have a look. Oh, poor old Mrs. Patmore. Needs some TLC. Needs to go, I don't know, weekend break somewhere, see a show in London, that kind of thing. Get the colours back on her cheeks. So by my calculations, where we're now, 11:35, we should be seeing a Ryanair off to Palma de Mallorca. 11:30, that's due to go. Air France are due out about now. I can't see their push and turn. They came in late, but nevertheless, I think they are likely to show very quickly. My prediction is we're going to get 3 departures in fairly quick order. That's Mark's forecast. Rab, I bet you're going to have a double dinner, aren't you? It's the feature of coloscopies and colonoscopies and everything that goes with it, isn't it? That afterwards you definitely want something to drink and want something to eat. Anyway, veer off that one. Let's think about lovely planes. We should have as well an RAF visitor at just after 12. I think looking at this, is it a Grob Prefect? Yes. Grob Prefect coming in around 12:05. That'd be quite nice to see. So we'll have a look at that. Whether it's just going to do an overfly or a touch and go, who knows. Thanks Robert D. Air France now pinging. I've got my eye on the tail, or I believe is the tail. Just got to wait to see the distinctive shape of a push and turn. Thanks Britannia 079. October the 25th potentially being the only Sun Express that we're going to get here at Newcastle. Streaming on a Friday, that is. Thanks, buddy. So let's have a quick look while I'm in the zone, see where we are with our 777. Let's have a look. It's bang on time at the minute. There's the thing, it was running about 10 minutes early when I checked a couple of hours ago, 3 hours ago. Right, Lufthansa Stuffelbell says, LH 960, might be able to see. Let's have a look. Right. Let's have a quick pivot round. At the minute, it's in the bit of the sky that will be obscured by the sun. But yes, I think I'll be able to pick that up in about 30 seconds or thereabouts. I'm just going to, as they've taken the stairs off our Dreamliner, which is or was due to go at 11:30, I'll see if I can pick up that overfly. Just get our eye in. So, plane in question is in the Lufthansa livery, but it's only an A320 from what I can see here. But it'll be a nice tester on the... Oh, hang on, I might be on the wrong plane. Yeah, oh no, I'm not. I'm on the right plane. But there is a bigger one tucked in behind it, an A321. Right. Right, ready for the push. Air France, in case you're wondering, haven't been dormant. They have now not as push, but they are turning. While I look for that overflying lufty that is still, I think, possibly in the sun. Jeez. That fell on my back. Oh, let's just put the camera somewhere safe for the minute where I can't create any mayhem. Well, I continue my search of the sky. Yeah. I think I may have to let discretion be the better part of valour on that one. Would have been nice to get me eye in. Stoffel can see it as well. Isn't it funny, if you can see it, there will be a point when I can see it too, possibly. Tell you what, putting your hand up, the palm of your hand to the sky to kind of take the sun's rays off you, you can feel it. I mean, it sounds daft in October, but you can. Rab H, if I'd gone on my back, it would have been acoustically hilarious, and visually even more so. Luckily, I ain't got the behind the scenes camera on. Just checking it works. But no, I was like, almost overbalanced. Knee's been a bit dodgy, to be honest, Michelle, but there's no swelling. It's just, it was a bit achy after the Edinburgh drive on Sunday, but I've just been careful with it all week. For some oh, I know what, playing with my granddaughter as well, you know, like you do when you're down on the floor, always going to put a bit of extra pressure on. But I have got some knee pads, some of these, like, I've got two sets, one for outdoor stuff and one for indoor stuff. I can't see where that Lufthansa's gone at all. We'll look out for the next one. Yeah, I've not put any sun cream on, Michelle, because I kind of figured, well, I know this will make me sound a bit of a Jessie, so I can hear certain members of our community having a chuckle, but I've got like a cream that I put on, like a face cream that has factor 25 protection in it, apparently. Just to stop you from getting your skin all dried out and stuff, because if you spend a lot of time outside, which I kind of do between here, allotments and other bits and pieces, you don't want me looking like more of an old prune than I already do. Debbie, you should be writing those headlines, I think, for newspapers. You're on the money straight away. Yeah, to be fair, Michelle, the frozen peas, co-op frozen peas or whatever it was, they did a blinding job, really. Really did get the thing into order. Sam Thurlaway, good morning, Sam Thurlaway. Hello to you, sir. That will be the prefect, will it? The Grob prefect that I was talking about. I don't think you were in the show. It's well up the coast now, I think, is it? No, it's not. It's something else I've clicked on. Hasn't turned out yet. Yeah. A Grob Prefect T1. Or are you talking about something else? I'm just looking at Royal Air Force. Oh, T1. I thought it says something. Glare on the screen. Sorry, my friend. Now the seasons are changing. The sun at this time of day is pretty much round on my back very early in the show, whereas that was more of a feature in the second half of the show. Certainly in the summer months. Yeah. Is that what it is, Debbie? Is it like the sort of, you know, say M&S or Waitrose peas are just more, what's the word I'm after? Beneficial, will do, for aiding recovery. We're jolly cold. Right. Anyway, enough tomfoolery. We do have an Air France Embraer 190 taxiing out off to Paris Charles de Gaulle. This is another one that is showing in the old air hop livery, but it's been repainted. So as I think I've said to members, I have sent in a picture of another one of their planes that's since been repainted to Flight Radar 24 in the hope of getting it published. Is that the word? Like some further away. 23 minutes before we get the second heavy of the show. That's the first heavy there. Let's give you a non-heavy who's suddenly scampered off down the taxiway. And that is the Air France departure. So, what's that up there? It's made a 45-degree turn, whatever it is. It's going to defeat me, isn't it? Anyway, on planet Earth, where's the Dreamliner gone? So as always folks, that gentle plea on likes. If you're in the show and you've yet to tickle the like button, it goes such a long way for us. And if you're not yet subscribed, give it a go. It's entirely free, and after about 2 minutes or whatever it is, you are in the chat. Say hi, hang out with all the cool people. Well, they're cool when I'm not there. Once I'm in the chat, it kind of becomes less cool. But you know what I mean. All right, thanks, Debbie. The plane I was chasing, European Air Cargo, kind of pulled an interesting shape in the sky, really. That's the only reason I spotted it. I'm just going to wait for the Dreamliner to come into shot. Father Jack, hello to you. Not far from here, over in Bladen. HGC, hello to you. Delighted you're here, HGC. Oh, that's worth knowing, Robert D. EasyJet's Paris service starts 27th of October, 6 days a week. Well, that's a welcome addition, is it not? I think it really is. Steve Martin, hello to you. Still working, but 2 weeks tomorrow. Yeah, there's only one place you're going, isn't it? Tenerife, for your birthday. Is it impolite to ask you to tell us how old you are? I know you would have probably told us last year as well. I like to forget my age as often as I can. Then it keeps coming right back at me. Right. What else is happening in the sky above? I think we'll stay with the Dreamliner. That's the considered view. So, first heavy of the show is Chewy 7878, aka Mrs. Patmore, having been named as part of a competition that Chewy ran a few moons ago off to Cancun. Definitely a Bring Me Sunshine Express. Plane in question, registered Golf Tango Uniform India, 9 years of age, having entered service in May 2015. Taking a very cautious turn there. Now we have got that RAF Grob Prefect T1, I think. Where is it now? Seat and Sluice. I think it's on finals, so this is why our 787 is holding short. Well, I would have thought it could have gone plenty soon enough, but what do I know? Might be right, nothing. Linda Cooper, good morning to you, giving that chewy emoji tail an outing, and the 787 too. Hope you're keeping well, Linda. 57, Stephen Marchant will be 57 when he's loafing around in Tenerife. 25th visit. They're going to have to put a statue up, are they not, Stephen? Services to tourism. Looks like Ryanair have pushed and turned for their service to tourism. That is the departure to, if I remember correctly, Mallorca. Of course, it might be entirely incorrect, but one thing at a time. Mallorca. And Michelle Johnson and Foxy B also giving us some chewy tail fin. Right, I better keep an eye on this inbound RAF aircraft, aren't I? Because it's not going to offer a huge amount of profile in the sky. I think I can see it. Tell you what, let's tempt fate. Let me just give you this taxiing Ryanair, and then I'll cut to the inbound plane. Can't say fairer than that. I like a bit of jeopardy, a bit of skin in the game. So this is a Max 8 200, which entered service in November 2022. As you can see, our windsock still putting a reasonable shift in. Debbie, is that an M&S windsock? Morrison's, Asda? Don't think it's Waitrose, but I don't know. With the amount of streaming action that goes on now, I'm often amazed that airports haven't cottoned on to the fact that they could actually put a sponsorship logo on their windsocks, just like certainly Newcastle have with their control tower. Obviously the scale of what it would cost are different, but principles sound, isn't it? Right, see if I can find the inbound plane. Ah, there it is. That was helpful. Should he stay or should he go? Someone really should write a song with lyrics along those lines. Grabbing the focus might be a challenge. It's dinky. Staying for lunch. Check the haze out. What a difference a bit of sunshine makes. So what will probably be the smallest plane in the show is probably just about squeezed into shot now with not the biggest but second biggest plane of the show. I'm just going to take a little snap of that. It won't come out very good because of the haze, but so I've just froze you for a couple. Sorry, team. And good afternoon to anyone who has just joined us. Well, still good morning technically in the UK, but if you are joining us from anywhere to the east of the UK, you are almost certainly into the afternoon or beyond. Much further east, probably loving a look at Saturday. But, yeah, great to have you with us. I'm Mark. It's a good question Stephen Marchant poses. So they've got the runway resurfacing next month here at Newcastle, runway and associated taxiways. I'll stay with the Tiddler. Dreamliner's still lining up. It's not going to overfly this. Boy, that'd be a clip and a half, wouldn't it? Yeah, so I think they're spending, what is it, 17 million or something like to resurface the runway here. I get the feeling that Edinburgh, I'd like to think, are probably into similar space. These runways do take a lot of hammer, don't they? Right, talking a hammer, when the hammer drops, this one's going to go. But yeah, Stephen Marchant's question about how long will it take, I mean, I guess it's why it's so expensive to do, because of the intensity that you have to operate the procedure at, and of course you've got to pack it all up. It's not like you see at the side of a motorway, is it, where there's miles of cones and holes with no person looking at them for days at a time. We're rolling. Right, Ryanair next to go. HTC, thank you so much. Same to Rab H. Too kind. John Ashley, welcome back, John Ashley. How you doing? Giant Slayer, hello to you. How are you, David in Kentucky? Mark in Newcastle, how you doing? Deborah Bell, hello to you. Checking I've not missed anybody else. Hate missing people, you know that. So Rab H sets the Ryanair tail fins alight. Here we go. Lined up, ready to go. Max 8 200, ready to press. On the deck here, we've got British Airways who've just started transponding on their baby bus departure to London Heathrow. Tell you what, I'm going to give you a little piece of that. I hope I don't give you whiplash, because I'm going to put you straight back on the departing plane, but you know. I think when this goes, it's certainly in terms of what I can see, this is the, I think the ATR, the Aer Lingus ATR, is the only plane at stand, or that is visible from this position. Tells you which direction the action will be going, more arrivals than departures. Okay, British Airways aren't rushing out, that's obliging. Yeah, Rab H, I think we need something with a bit of oomph. Unless that Grob prefect is just the advanced scout. But yeah, we definitely need a bit of ad hoc traffic. I think if I've remembered the Facebook page correctly, the Newcastle one that is, I think they might have had a Voyager in the front end of the week. So Stoffel Bell says the Emirates is at Bishop Auckland. So folks, small minutes till you get to see the second heavy of the show, the Emirates 777, which means it's going to be over Stoffel's place anytime soon. And we've got another Grob tutor on, oh, prefect. What did I say? Oh, Eddie's done air experience in a tutor back in his days as a cadet. He's so that's why we keep wanting to say tutor. It is, thanks Alibi, a Grob prefect T1 on finals, second of the show. John Kenneth Williams, you know I'm missing out. It's the interesting paradox about live streaming aviation, really. Right, there's our prefect. He's not giving us much to go with at the minute, but we'll just let it fill the shot. Yeah, bit of sunshine. Oh, John Ashley, I'm really sorry to hear you're under the weather. Oh, COVID, that's more under the weather. I hope you have a bearable one. I don't know if they come much better than bearable. I've never had one yet. Well, I've only had two, but that's the one. I bet his mate's already got the lunch order in. You'd like to think so. You arrive 10-15 minutes sooner. Get the refreshments on. SE Aviation, hello to you. Hope all is good. Oh no, we're talking food in the chat. Oh dearie me. I've just taken one snap of that. I don't think it's worked out, but so that's why the screen stopped. British Airways patiently awaiting its time slot for departing to HQ. Right, track has run clear. Time to go. Well, once ATC hit the gong, and they have. Right, let's go to the Aer Lingus ATR. Not sure what time that goes, just after 12, 10 past 12, something in that region. I'll find out. Sam Thirlaway's got the 777 over his house, loving it. Right, I think a quick swig of water could be in order. Yeah, the ATR goes at sort of slightly outward my optimism. 12:15. Just marginally ahead of the Sun Express that is out of view. Let's have me back on parade. Yeah, there's Giant Slayer. There is. Oh, crikey! There's a telescope moment coming my way. We ain't got any more prefects coming, have we? Sorry, I'm trying to press a couple of buttons with one hand and pan with the other, and discovered they're mutually exclusive. It's another prefect, so that's 3 in. Wow, look at that haze. So yeah, Giant Slayer, it does, there's like a dip as this plane's just riding out of, a compression, call it what you will. Then the stretch it is climbing out onto now is pretty level. Oh, hang on a minute, what's that? 12:09. I'm just looking at Robert D's comment about another Grob T1 just over Berkeley. That would be 4, would it not? How many do you need for a squadron? Question to the chat. HTC confirms our Big Bird is turning on to the final approach. And I've literally took my eye off the camera just to be sure where we were with that. Yeah, I got it, HTC. Landing lights just flicked up. So, can I give you any of it? Let's have a look. Let's face it, there's plenty of it. Stay long for the minute. So, second heavy movement of the show. Inbound from Dubai, 35-degree temperatures there. Something a bit more modest, I think you would describe here, but it's not a bad day. I'm still coatless. 10 degrees feels like 7. That's what the weather chappies and chapesses say. And I think they're about right. Hands are just starting to feel it a bit. I mentioned earlier on that I think hands are the big giveaway, certainly for me. So, where are we? Today's visitor, Alpha 6, Echo November Alpha, 12 years of age, entering service in September 2012, and sadly still has the original tail fin. It's not the new funkier Emirates livery. Current height 1400 feet according to flight radar, so probably about 1200 as we're viewing it. And of course, how long has this plane been flying? It's certainly been transponding for 7 hours 32 minutes. Paul Smith, good morning to you. So Sam Thurlaway, I think, leads the charge with a 777 emoji. Robert D, Foxy B, Rab H. Right, I better get onto the camera. I know the Dreamliner has got a very distinctive wing profile, but there is just something about the 777 that it was a sadness that I didn't make it to Edinburgh on Wednesday for the Emirates triple, but good old DB Bassman was down there, filmed a clip for us, those that are in the Facebook group. Remember, members, you have a Facebook group at your disposal. So, didn't miss out in the true sense of missing out, but I would have loved to have seen it firsthand. And we're down. It's hilarious when you think about it. We've just seen the preceding plane being a Grob prefect. Smaller in height, I wager, than the undercarriage on this thing. Now you've got this monolith, Goliath, call them what you will. I suppose the 380 is more of a monolith, but this is still a big plane, and there's no question it's going to roll out long. Alan Ray, hello to you. Hope you're keeping well, Alan. Thanks, Alibi, for getting the Facebook link up for the gang. Great community on there. Of course, I know Facebook isn't everybody's cup of tea, but on the Kofi.com website, Plain Sailing Aviation has a page there, which also has our photographs and so forth. Let's see if we're going to get any convivial waving. Don't think we did. Can't tell. See more of myself on the screen than the plane with my reflection. John Ashley, yeah, you should be able to see all the tail sign emojis. If you remember, I know someone will tell you how to do it with precision, but yeah, all the emojis that are specific to our channel are available to you. Just never been in my own chat. So let's have a look. Paul Smith was trainers, well, it was the Chipmunk back in his days in the ATC. Keith Cornell, Chigwell's finest. Are you still in the show? Keith Cornell, having flown the Chipmunk, I think. Stand to be corrected. Yeah, I failed Sam Thurlaway. I don't think we got any wave. Which is a shame, but there you go. Right, Aer Lingus have pushed and turned for their return to Belfast. I was due out at 12:15 and it's 12:16, so well played Emerald Airlines. We'll operate the service for Aer Lingus. I stay with the big plane at the minute. Giant Slayer, they have zoomier zooms, trust me. They really do. Problem is, the further you reach out, the harder it is to keep stability. I know the software that balances that sort of thing out, but anyway, there we go. All parking up, well, inching up to its stop, so they can get the jet bridge on. Foreground, you'll get the ATR coming across. Big one, little one. Let's have a quick photo of this unlikely double act. Just the one, so that's why your screen stopped. You see the windsock is still performing admirably. The wind basically is around 15 mile an hour westerly, gusting up to 30 according to the weather people, which I kind of believe looking at the way it's stretching out. Last time, look at that, pretty much horizontal there. But the hedge line we have protecting us kind of protects us from the most severe aspects of that wind, which is funky. John Ashley sorted with emojis, brilliant. We changed them between shows as well, because obviously the traffic here compared with Edinburgh is different in many respects. So we get more heavies, for example, at Edinburgh, and more airlines, I suppose. So Sunday's show, you will see a jiggle around. Like, for example, here, we do tend to pick up helicopters more frequently. Generally only the police with the odd guest, but we rarely get a helicopter during the Edinburgh show. Well, I think we had one last week. Oop, somebody else coming to land. Is that other, the fourth prefect? It is. What's the colloquial name for lots of prefects? We used to joke in my days as a pit electrician that if there were too many, a battery of electricians was basically a lot of electricians, or a gaggle of electricians. But yeah, you call 4 prefects. We're getting tight on parking. Oh, Les Donaldson in the house. Right, I'm going to show Les's Northern Lights, Aurora Borealis or whatever. I can never say it quite right. Northern Lights to me. Cracking picture, which kind of makes me think that Falkirk has actually been invaded by aliens. But I'll put it up on the screen in a jiffy. Now Les is with us. Becky Davis, big wave from Mark. Yes, we have to hope that Les wasn't briefly abducted by aliens and subjected to all the indignities that rumour has it happens when you're abducted by aliens. Nice of them to bring him back to us. Ooh, that's a nice Flourish Alibi 58. That's exactly what would hit the spot. Fish finger sandwiches with Heinz tomato sauce and a mug of black tea. Nah, got a splash of milk. Oh, going short there as well, the ATR. I did wonder how loaded it was, but with the 777 departure, it kind of stole my attention span. I think the clue is it's going out short, so not so full. Yeah, that is a great lunch alibi. Alan Lee, hello to you at Seatonburn. So we'll get Les's Northern Lights snap up in a bit. And at Rab H, yeah, I'm all definitely locked and loaded. I will be at Edinburgh on the 4th of November for the Emirates. Well, it won't be the 350, will it? It will be a 777-200, I understand. But I'm going to be there for that inaugural service, so you will get to see that live on Plain Sailing Aviation. We're going to be back to back that weekend, so we'll do Sunday as we normally do, and then we'll do Monday and bring you the special occasion. Well, catch you later, Les. I'll show you a photo anyway, my friend. It's too good not to share. I was saying earlier in the show as well, I'm still to see the Northern Lights firsthand. I've lived in the Northeast now for 10 years. Yeah, 10 years. I have the distinct notion, is there an ops vehicle in front of that ATR? I can't quite tell with the naked eye, but I think this may have gone tech and is going back. Yeah, no? Optical illusion. We're off. Let's go to the back of the bus. Looks like the queue, no, it's still streaming out. All the Staff that are waiting to board in their high-vis green jackets, just holding back. Yvonne V, hello Yvonne V. Oh, hang on a minute, screen gone green. Oh, Michelle, oh, not Michelle, sorry, I'm looking at Michelle's thing. I'm clicking, Yvonne V. Firstly, how are you doing, Yvonne V? And second, can't believe it, we're into fireworks, and pressure's on now to see if they actually work, because I didn't test them before I went live. Ooh, what do they say about perfection, progress and whatever? Oh, I don't know. Anyway, let's just see if I can get them out. Right, Yvonne V, great friend of the channel that you are. These could be your fireworks. Hey, it worked. Excellent stuff. Now, of course, the next thing is who got. Always fascinates me. I love it when they land in the chat. It's great to bring new friends to the channel. Right. Erica Arpin. Glare on this screen is formidable. Mish. Paul Mott. Frederick Nod. And Becky Davis, who I know is in the show. So, landed well. Thank you so much, Yvonne. Now, what was I going to do next? Crikey, they're still streaming off, ain't they? I was going to show you Leslie's alien adventure photograph, wasn't I? Before I forgot about it. You know what I'm like. Forgetful in the extreme. So, Les, up in Falkirk, Les Donaldson, was able to share this with us. What do you reckon, folks? I genuinely think there's a flying saucer the other side of that hedge. Or it's like the second birth of something, I don't know. But yeah, I say well done. So that's Leslie's Northern Lights. By gum. Right, let's try and get organised. Just trying to work out what is supposed to be happening next. Sun Express is supposed to be happening next. They were due to depart. When were they due to depart? 12:20, I think, for some reason. Running a little bit late, but hey ho. It's definitely pinging, thanks Robert D, and it's push and turned. Oh. Turning, to be more accurate. So this plane off to Antalya. One of the few times we'll get to show you this before they stop doing a Friday Antalya service. Although they are operating other days of the week, as Britannia 079 did confirm earlier in the show. I bet their numbers are really good this year. They've been running extra routes as I recollect it. And I've got a hunch that Turkey is punching its weight in the destinations chart. Yeah, Michelle, I'm the only person in the Northern Hemisphere, it feels like, who hasn't seen it. But I live vicariously through the endeavour of others. So, Sun Express due to go. Our next inbound is a Ryanair from Alicante, which is small minutes away, 10 minutes according to flight radar. Our max 8200 departed 2 hours 40 minutes ago. fact, where is that at the minute? Durham, just to the side of Durham. Oh, that is a coincidence, Terry the artist. Do you think they're synchronising their departures? Can't go to the other ones ready, that kind of thing. Grab H, it's always sunny at Luton. Terry seems to have more days of sunshine in that part of the world than we have in Northumberland, I'll say that much. Sam Thurlaway says 27 minutes for BA from Heathrow. Roger that, Sam Thurlaway. So we should have that Bombardier Challenger 604 with us shortly from Mallorca, operated by Gamma Aviation, scheduled for 12:49, now looks like a 12:58, so second bizjet of the show. I suppose we can count RAF turboprops in that particular category. They need their own category. Sun Express not yet rolling, but as soon as it does, Rob H, give us your best Lorraine Chase accent. I don't know, have a think about this. I have to play both parts here, don't I? So, what are you wafted here from, Paradise? Nah, Luton Airport. This is why I had to have an everyday job. I couldn't make it on TV. Oh dear. Eddie would have given me a punch in the kidneys if he'd been standing to my right. He said, what are you doing that for? Told you about this kind of thing. You're useless. Lorraine Chase, yes. Wasn't she a big deal back in the 70s? Don't know about the early 80s, perhaps that too. The question I put to you all, is Lorraine Chase famous for being in that advert, or is she famous because she was in something else or doing something else? I've got a gap in my memory as to how Lorraine Chase became that household name, so I'll throw that to the chat actually, because I really am fascinated. So, also fascinating, Sun Express 737 on their way out. I'm guessing the weather's pretty tidy in Antalya as well. Although, to be honest, we found Cyprus in October many moons ago. Nice in the middle bit of the day, but tailed off pretty sharply around sort of 2:30, 3 o'clock-ish in terms of warmth. And the hotel we were at, which was very nice, had the coldest swimming pool I've ever been in my life. And I kind of figured it might have been connected with the fact that we weren't getting enough sunshine. Right, we'll wait the other side, just there. Ah, going bottom up here. Ross McNeil thinks, can't remember if I've said hi or not, Ross. If I've already said hi, that's hi twice, but just in case. I'm not sure if she was a model first. This is the thing. I do remember the Cinzano ads, because especially the ones with, do you remember the ones with Leonard Rossiter and Joan Collins in? But yeah, was she a model? I'm sure she's appeared in sitcoms of some sort, but I don't know. Yeah, Michelle, Leonard Rossiter, exactly so. Rab says advert, proper fame though. Advert says Foxy B. Well, all those years later, and we're talking about Lorraine Chase, I say that's all about the advert. It was a good campaign to be signed up to. Leonard Rossiter. You wouldn't think, would you, that someone who had a big career as Rigsby in Rising Damp would have been a shoe-in to be cast in that Cinzano advert, but I don't know. They were always watchable. Yeah, HTC, the black and white days. Well, I do remember a black and white TV as a nipper. I think I was about 4 or 5 when we went to colour. I can even remember the days before we had a landline in the house. This is the bit where I should have got the Hovis music in the background, you know. And my paper round was bigger than everybody else's too. Debbie says, wasn't she in Emmerdale? Not a clue, Debbie. I'm only sketchy with Emmerdale characters. We have a plane high in the sky on finals. That will be the Ryanair inbound from Alicante that we talked about a few minutes ago. Yes, so looking at Rab's further comments, Campari commercial which brought her notice and appearances in blankety blank, blankety blank, blankety blank. Celebrity Squares, can't remember the tune for that, but we used to watch it. And Wurzel Gummidge. I was never that bothered with Wurzel Gummidge. Probably thought it was too scruffy or something. Which is kind of the idea with the scarecrow, is it not? Right, so we'll get on to the Ryanair arrival momentarily. The inbound plane departed 2 hours 48 minutes ago. Well into finals at the minute. Loitering cheerfully at around 1,400 feet. Let's see if we can get it. I think the competition is a little bit unequal between the sensor on the camera. Can I get in close? Can I get under its skin? Nah. I'll leave it longer and let it fade in. Got it. What do you reckon, folks? Going to roll out long? No, don't be silly. Thanks, Alibi58. Folks, please do give us those likes, help us along. Have I got that right? The rain chase is 73. Sun Express, ready to go. Paul Smith, yeah, super match game. Super match 3, super match 3, super match 3, super match 3. Yeah. My favourite though is always Bullseye. That'd be the one. In one! Right, let's see if we can get a piece of that inbound Ryanair, catch a bit of the deboarding. Ah, Debbie, wise words. 73 is the new 43. That's excellent. What does that make 59 then? Well, sort of going to be the new, well, 29 I suppose, if it all goes pro rata. Don't know if it's like dog years or something, but Ross McNeil, have a great rest of the day, mate. See you on Sunday. So see, we are 8, according to me. I suppose I ought to put ours on as well. 7 likes away from the big 100, folks. So if you're watching the show and you want to be the person that helps get us to 100, we've got 92 people that have helped get us to that point. Please do give us a like, drop us a like, and if you are unsubscribed, yeah, give it a go. Both free. Right, what's gone on here? My blinking tablet is a nuisance. Tapped the wrong thing and I'm paying a severe price for it. That's the one I want. You're the one that I want. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I think I'll not be tampering with that again. That's... Right, Challenger 604, 7 minutes out. Thank you, Robert D. And that is just heading out towards South Shields at the minute. So for those less familiar with the geography of the Northeast England, that is small minutes out. It's just going to head out towards the coast, loop round and make final approach. Back to the chat. Paul's hijinks. Hi to you, Paul. Hope Friday's working out peachy for you. Debbie says I'm a spring chicken. Thank you, Debbie. I love you. Spring chicken. Not in a truck on its way to McDonald's or something though. Let's just clarify that one. Right, got a helicopter alert. Chopper time. Chopper time. I think it might be the Federales. They're going to be really gutted when they find that the RAF have already arrived in numbers and have got all the best spaces in the mess. No, it's not the cops. Could be Northumberland helicopters, perhaps. And I hear a nice sound in my head that proves that the sound works. That's good. Cripes. Helicopters always spook this thing. TAC, good afternoon. Going to practice saying good afternoon now. I think this might be G. Hall's, the Northumbria helicopters operator, but definitely the same type. Oh, I think it is. Not the greatest shot. Right, I see a moment of celebration. TAC. Member for 2 months, the PSA Crew Lounge. Let's detonate some fireworks. That would be a nice idea, wouldn't it? Where does the time go, TAC? Here we go. These are for you. Thanks for your loyalty and support. Right, so let's just get things straight for the inbound plane. Turning on to finals as it is. Right, we've got an interesting skyscraper opportunity coming our way. Track number 4 in the world. Emirates 380 from Dubai to Glasgow. Let's just see if I've got any chance of finding it. It's in the sun at the minute, I think. Wow, that's a bit smartish. Right, I'll try and get my vision back now. I think Yorkshire Biker. Oh, good afternoon, Yorkshire Biker. Sorry, I'm all over the hockey. How you doing, YB? So we've got our inbound Bombardier Challenger 604. We have a skyscraper window, possibly with an Emirates 380, I think. Foxy B has passed 17 months with the channel. Very happy to be part of this lovely family. We are very lucky to have you with us, Foxy B. Thank you so much. Let's do your fireworks in this moment. I think I'll stop looking towards the sky at the minute. I can see all those little things you get when you get too close to the sun. Robert D says we might have an air ambulance coming in, so that'll be the second chopper of the show. I think the Emirates 380 might conceivably be too far to the west of us, because I would have thought I'd be able to see it by now. I thought I could see it going into the sun, but Carl Johnston, excellent. Glad we're all in alignment. Right, I can see the inbound Bombardier, so I'm just going to line us up at the right spot on the runway. So that's where the action will be pointing. Debbie, that's quite catchy as well, isn't it? But I don't think I'll get the right notes on that. Yeah, right. That 380, I can just see some of the vapour. It was not going to be gettable, which is a shame. I was all excited by that. Well, there's our inbound. Nice and routine. Ooh, 100 likes is up as well, I see. HTC has just broke me the news. Right, it's a bit abstract to show you in a jiffy. It's 777 themed, so just bear with me. For some reason my tablet is completely and utterly having a mare. Everything's gone on the tablet. Luckily my broadcast is still doing what it should do. Connection restored. So let's have a little peal of celebration for 100 likes up on the board. Thank you, folks. This will build towards 150, hopefully. So where are the fireworks? Here they go. So that is just a short burst for getting us over the line for the 3 digits. Carol Ann. Hello, Carol Ann. Welcome back to Newcastle. Carl Johnston, quick question. Can I listen to all aircrafts? What's going on? Landings, departures, tower. Oh, I don't do any of that. You've got the option with scanners, haven't you? But we're a scanner-free broadcast. It's technically not legal to include ATC and so forth in your broadcast, so we don't, long story short. I know there's some convoluted arguments that it constitutes training and so forth, but I've never worked out who uses YouTube for training purposes. Hanging out and having fun, definitely. Anyway, let me just bring myself back to the thing. Oh, somebody's on finals. I better be careful because that is a telescope waiting to happen. So next inbound is going to be British Airways from London Heathrow, 21-year-old A320-200. That's your next arrival. Registered Golf Echo Uniform Lima. Yeah, I think a lot of jurisdictions have what I call a very relaxed and realistic attitude to ATC Caroline, to be honest. I think it's the UK stance on it is bonkers. I'm not sure how consistent the UK stance is in other European countries. I think the other thing to consider as well when you're a single broadcaster pushing all the switches and stuff, how much chatter you want in your ears when you're kind of interacting with the chat and doing other bits and pieces. But anyway, the day they do something different with the law on that, it'll be helpful, because at least it'll be bringing the UK into the 21st century. Alright, there's British Airways. Yeah, that graphic I was going to show you, I'll put it on once we've landed this plane, or I'll forget. First Jet 2 of the show, due in 4 minutes. Members, you've got both Jet 2 emojis at your disposal today, jet2.com and the Jet 2 holidays, just as well, because there is a fair few Jet 2s later. I'm not quite sure what the distribution of liveries is. So at the minute, the crosswing component is shown at 9 knots against a headwind of 13 knots going to Meta. So there is a little bit of action to be had, which would explain why the ATR was a little bit wobbly once it got down. Oh, I didn't know, Rab H, that Portugal. Oh. Sorry about that. You may have lost sound momentarily. I stopped talking. I've just had to take the fireworks off. It's having one of its field days. I don't think it likes the picture-in-picture camera, which I'll get rid of the camera, I think, off today's show anyway. So yeah, there's an inconsistency about regulatory authorities' approach to ATC, but I think the one that makes me smile the most, we're talking about ATC, but if you go on the spotter's guide for Dubai, basically, don't. I mean, it's not that many years. It is, but it's not. Do you remember those plane spotters from the Midlands that got jailed in Greece back in the late 80s, I think it was? I mean, obviously, details are what details are, but at face value it seemed to be a very onerous approach. Daniel Watkins, hello Daniel, how you doing? Tony McCall, good afternoon Tony. I think the thing is as well, I would say that if we stay UK with this, I think the UK don't really make it easy for themselves because they don't enforce it. So you've got legislation in place which is really clear, and then they don't enforce it, and I just don't really follow that. Right, Is this the first of the Jet 2s inbound? The sun has gone in, which could be me reaching for the coat. Inbound from Alicante, we've got 737 and 800, yep, you guessed it. Coming our way. Joseph Dixon, big boy 380, good afternoon to you. Hope you are keeping well. Yeah, white out. Ash Watts, good afternoon Ash Watts as well. Sorry Ash, missed you somewhere in the middle of this. Yeah, Alibi, I think it could well be the fact that there's that many laws now that could be enforced that they don't. Some of those laws will stay out of the politics of it and probably make more sense than others. But ultimately, if you want to prosecute everybody for all of the laws that could be prosecuted, you probably ain't got the capacity to do it. Anyway, we'll plough our path as we wait for the Jet 2 from Alicante to come into shot. So let's have a look bottom up with On V, Michelle Johnson, Yorkshire, Biker, Robert D, HGC and Rab H, all giving the Jet 2 com livery a deploy. Hit that deploy button. You know something, on a sunny day, I still think this livery looks surprisingly good. On a wet, muggy, horrible day, it looks a bit bland, I think, but when the sunshine catches that silver cigar tube, it looks good. So we've got a few of these coming our way. Little bet to self, I'll have a look in a minute, I've not checked it at all, but the Chewy flight from Naples, I'm going to bet that's running late. I don't think I've ever streamed here on an occasion where the Chewy Naples flight has come in on time, ever. Now I don't know what that says about Naples as a place to embark from. It can't be entirely Chewy's fault. It happens too many weeks. Oh, no one's hanging around there. Hawkeye Danu, good afternoon sir, how you doing? No need for brollies today, Hawkeye. You could have topped your tan up this morning, a little bit, not much, just a little bit. But I think it's feeling markedly cooler now, so I think we are into that second phase of the show where autumn reasserts itself. Anyway, hope you're keeping well. So the 737-800 in front of you is kind of where the following item crops up from in terms of what I'm going to say next. So I'm going to say back in July, I've lost track of where we've been. We want a stream where a Jet 2 parked up pretty close to the Emirates 777. And case in point being the size of the GE90 engine relative to the 737-800 as it appeared on shot. And I remember saying at the time, I'll dig something out on that, and I wouldn't say I've forgotten about it, I've remembered 2 or 3 times, but I wanted a graphic to put with it, just to kind of put it into some kind of sensible order. Anyway, long story short, have I not loaded it? Of course I've loaded it. not that incompetent. So this isn't the exact shot that Kenji was looking at when he made the comment, but you get the general idea. If you look at the size of the G90, even in this perspective, as this Corridon 737-800 is taxiing out, they're not dissimilar. It piqued my interest anyway. And keeping that interest peaked, exactly on the money. So you have to excuse this lash up of a graphic, but the GE90 115B, which is actually the engine that is exclusively deployed on the 777-300 extended range, actually has a width at 3.77 metres, which, if you put that up against the stats for the 737-800, comes in marginally less at 3.76 metres. So nigh on the same, which to the naked eye, it always has that kind of look to it, but that sounds almost bonkers. If you think about you sitting on a 737 and you imagine sitting inside a GE90 engine. Anyway, random thing. Don't think Ken's in the show, but he was the inspiration for that particular thing. Robert D, it sounds like I'm right then with the Naples flight potentially running late. They could make up 15 minutes, couldn't they, I suppose, but I bet they don't. All kind of do. I didn't want to say, you know, because I quite like the McCoy tag for you. I think Coisty is in the show. Oh, hilarious. Philip Borin, hello to you. How goes it? Hope you are doing well. Let's take stock of where we are at. These are the perilous moments where I start to, if I'm not careful, lose sight of anything that's inbound. But I think we're clear on the decks for inbounds at the minute. So the Ibiza TUI flight is running a little bit late. It was due in at 1:10, now reporting 13:24. Eastern Airways inbound from Amsterdam, 20 odd minutes delayed, nearly 30 minutes. Is anyone coming early? That'd be nice. I know with all the sort of stuff you read about in the paper, certainly Michael O'Leary, chief exec of Ryanair. Let's point ourselves out. Ryanair, isn't it? Over there? Yes, it is Ryanair. Has a lot to say. I'm not saying inaccurately that a lot of delays are being down to vacancies in ATCs around the air traffic controls around Europe. Interesting though. Oh, can I see a blue light there? Won't loiter on that. I'll stick with the plane. The plane's been deboarded, so I'm assuming it must be something else. If I go the other side, I've also got a tender there. Let's stay with the tender. So, back to the chat. Mary Brock, hello to you. Newcastle area in Australia. Excellent, Mary Brock. Our sister Newcastle Airport. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for joining us. Sorry, I just heard myself sniffle there in the headset. Looks like Lufthansa have just contacted me to offer me, they do this a lot, Lufthansa, would I like to upgrade or bid for my upgrade for my departure to Frankfurt? If you could just put an extra £1 on your price or something, I'd do it just for the laugh of it, but it's not quite as easy to game as that. Oh, new member Mish as well. One of those, if I remember correctly, that benefited from Yvonne V's kindness. Mish, welcome to the show. I'm Mark. Sorry I missed you earlier in the chat. So just the one tender there, so it doesn't look like there's anything too exciting on. Yeah, there's nothing. There's anything too dramatic unfolded. Debbie says you can't say gob anymore. Can you not say gob anymore? When did gob become an outlawed word? I really need to keep up. It was a staple of being a kid in the 70s, weren't it? Shut your gob! Certainly was in our part of Leicestershire, cultured as we were. Ah, Mary Brock says it's 10 past 11 p.m. Friday night in Newcastle. Is that New South Wales, Mary Brock? Or have I just got my wires tangled up? Dr. Kersey, good afternoon, Dr. Kersey. Hope you're doing well. Lowlander, good afternoon, buddy. Oh well, Rob H, I guess. Well, to be fair, I can catch up with the times. Well, I wanted a picture of a tanker for something else I'm up to, so let's have that one. And one more. Just pause your screen momentarily. No Hawkeye Danu. It's scream if you want to go faster. Would you like to go faster? So we're in something of a bit of a pause at the minute. Always the risk here at Newcastle. Let's have a quick look see on flight radar. Who's coming our way? Right. Chewy are coming our way. Inbound from Ibiza. Been travelling 2 hours 25 minutes. We've got a Boeing 737 MAX 8, 2 and pretty much 2.5 years old, coming our way. Eddie likes this one, G-Tum. Eddie, if you're listening discreetly at work, G-Tum is on its way in. Golf Tango Uniform Mike. Oh, I don't gob off, Debbie. Too polite. But I definitely remember we used to use the word gob quite a bit. Usually Eddie tells me every week there's something I'm saying that I probably shouldn't be saying. I'll get the hang of it. Ah, Debbie, you're in Old South Wales. Very good. Robert D confirms we've got a Loganair Embraer ERJ145 from Stavanger, 1 minute out. Oh, that's a good shout, because they're not always easy to pick up with their transponders, but I see the one you're talking about, which seems stuck on my flight radar just off the coast of Blythe. Cheers for that, buddy. So incoming action. Well, it's coming. Hayden Greenow, hello to you. And of course, if anyone's wondering who I am, I'm Mark. My absolute pleasure to say hi. In fact, let's have a look. Let me just do a to camera. How goes it? Right, I've got visual on the Loganair, so let's get ourselves ready. Still, I mentioned this earlier on, and people come into the show all the time, so they've cut the hedges. So look at this. So it's as last year, trimmed to a treat, and then they leave this bit here long and shaggy, which is a bit convenient because it takes a good chunk of view out. Then you've got a little bit more of the runway 07 landing zone, but they've not trimmed this time, so they clearly intend this to grow as well. And then we get back to all the other bits which they're leaving long. So I reckon I personally have the view that they'd like to obscure a bit more of this view. If that's not the case, I got them wrong. It was mainly nice trimming HDC. It was spot on, wasn't it? To the left. Definitely. Tony Rivers. Good afternoon, Tony Rivers. Dixon at Dock Green. Ah, remember Dixon at Dock Green too. I'm trying to think of the actor who played Dixon. Jack somebody. Memory's not what it was. So Carol Ann is actually an early bird. Southwest USA, 6:14 Friday morning. Oops, and crikey, I need to be a bit more alert, don't I? So this should actually park up in front of us, as relatively speaking. We should get a clean shot of it. Now the hedge has been trimmed, which would be nice, because I quite like watching these deboard. Of course, is inbound not far behind. So it looks like we are back in the game. Lowlander, it's a good point you make actually. I've got it on my notes too. So Newcastle Airport recently announced, was it the 8th of October or something, at the World Routes Conference in Bahrain as the best world airport, the overall winner. So they retained their individual category prize, which was airports that handle 5 million or less. I can't remember exactly how they word that one up. So they've retained that one and gone on to achieve a global domination, which ain't none too shabby. Check my great English out. And prior to that, I just have to check my notes on this because I might just be a little bit sketchy. We don't want sketchy, do we? So the global competition, that actually, they beat Edmund Edmonton International in Canada, Prague and Brussels. So yeah, put Newcastle on the map in that sense. And they also won a UK and, I'm trying to think what it was called now, Travel Industry Gazette Awards, where they won the UK and Irish Airport of the Year for 2024. So they've won the global one with Global Air Routes, and the UK Tourism have voted them the best UK and Ireland airport too. So that's pretty good. Oh, come on, pop the doors. I don't think I'm going to get the pop the doors because the inbound Chewy is forcing my hand. The only thing I'm gonna say is that, so it's great to win those awards, and actually I think the travel experience at Newcastle is pretty good. I think the parking's a little bit expensive, but as a passenger, I think the passenger experience here is good. And I did reflect on the fact, my own view, that I found it to be a bit better than my experience at Edinburgh, to be honest. But so they've won 2 major trade awards, which is great. But the WITS survey, Passenger Satisfaction Survey for 2024, they still did well. I think they were equal 6th overall with Bournemouth. Didn't make the top 5, which is where the which recommended providers kick in. But yeah, I think they've had a good year all told, so they've probably had some practice at celebrating. But I guess what I'm trying to say is the trade rate the airport better than the passengers, if you take the WITS survey to be in any way representative. I'll fetch the thing up in a minute. Jack Warner, thank you Foxy B. That'd have been bugging me all the way back up the blinking A1. Jack. Jack Warner. Tony Rivers, I think we're going to need to see your birth certificate. I'm sceptical. You've only heard about the legend of Dixon and Dock Green from your parents. If only that were true for me. It was always on in our house, that much I can tell you. Debbie as well, helping Mark's shaded memory out with the confirmation it's Jack Warner. What an unbelievable coincidence, Mary Brock. You've got a Gateshead, New South Wales as well. Is it one of those things where the early settlers just took the UK map with them and just made life easier? I know, well, call that one Newcastle, call that Gateshead, call that Bladen. Gets you running quickly, don't it, instead of having to make stuff up from scratch. Mary Brock, the way to be a member on here, and I'm sure someone's probably explained it, but I'll add my 10 penneth. The little dollar sign beneath the chat window, towards the right hand side of the chat window, if you click on it, it tells you the membership. You click on that and it enables you to join from that point. It's £1.99 a month, which we think is pretty competitive, but we never push it hard because we're happy for folks to make their own decision on that, but we'd love to have you with us, we really would. Right, zoom on a bit further. Thank you Alibi 58. Tell you what, the mods on this channel are way better than us presenters. Right, I think I might have Eddie on Sunday actually. It's not 100% certain. What's going on with our little incident over here? Tender's not moved. Ambulance hasn't moved. I don't think anyone's really moved, so let's just go a bit more to the side of the plane, and we are busy boarding what I think might be the Gran Canaria departure. Mark Pride, member for 4 months. I don't know, let's see if I can reinstate the fireworks. We're in a quiet moment, so we're going to find out, Mark Pride. So, how many months is that? Now, in my book? 4. Mark, hold on, we're going to find out. Only one way to know, isn't there? So, local video. Right, there is probably a couple of adjustments I've got to make. It might get noisy prematurely, so I'm going to have to be on my A game. Right, so that's that. So, local video. Oh yeah, it's remembered its settings. That's good. Right, so you're going to see a big screen and then hopefully a little screen. Here we go. So, Mark Pride, here's your loyalty fireworks, my friend. Thanks for your support. And we're back. That almost went too well. Terry the artist, member for 11 months. These months are passing by too quick, and sadly we can't rebate you your time, can we? But we do appreciate your support, Tel. Thanks, mate. Fireworks for you. Eee. So the fireworks work. Tony Rivers, 4 months, member of the channel. Fireworks are coming up, Tel. Oh, Tony. I'm looking at Tel's name on my book, and it's Tony Rivers now that goes onto the page. Right, Tony Rivers, we're doing it now. Fireworks. Here we go. Thanks for your support, mate. Wow. Kenji is in the show. How are you keeping, Kenji? Is my volume low? It shouldn't be, but if it is, folks, it's good with Rab, not low with Yvonne, okay with Ali. Yeah, I think you might just need to pump up the volume, you know, the kind of thing. How are you keeping anyway? Thanks, Paul's Hijinks, for confirming sound is good for you as well. It's always an associated issue when I have an issue with the fireworks, take them off. Sometimes it spooks the sound, but on this occasion, I don't think it has. Right, I was investigating, wasn't I, where that Ryanair was departing, but we've got another inbound. Jet 2, is that the second Jet 2 of the day? It could be. John Ashley, thank you so much, my friend. Super chat in the show.
to the value of £5. Excellent, my friend. Let's do the fireworks now before it slips my mind. Eee. Right, let me have a quick look in the chat. I think I'm caught up. If I've missed anybody, I'm really sorry. Try hard not to. And, you know, if you've joined the show since I last said hi, great to have you with us. Happy Friday afternoon, certainly here in the UK. Looks like we're hanging on to some decent autumn weather. It's not been that great in the northeast this week, but yeah, it's not too shabby now. Hoping we roll the weather forward to Sunday for the Edinburgh show. That'd be nice. Mark Pride says, don't blow anything up, Mark. Sorry, mate. If there's a button to press, I want to see what it does. Right, I think we can go to the inbound plane. 737-800, which they always are, aren't they, with Jet 2, or at Newcastle anyway. 16 years of age, departed best part of 2.5 hours ago. Inbound from Palma de Mallorca. That'll be the plane. And it would if it stays in focus. Foxy B, see you Sunday. In between times, have fun, stay safe and do all the sensible things. See you Sunday. Be really cool, wouldn't it, if it entered the bushes in jet2.com garb, livery, and came out Jet2 holidays, or vice versa. Some kind of optical illusion. So Rab H got the jet2.com livery emoji going, HGC2. Welcome home, boys and girls. Get your coats ready. As you can see, that windsock hasn't relented one little bit, has it? Ken G, welcome back to the PSA Crew Lounge, my friend. We'll do your fireworks in a minute. In fact, I don't know if you were in the show but not in the chat when I mentioned something you'd asked about a few months ago now. I finally got to the answer, that the difference in size between the GE90 engine on the 777 that's in the fore of the shot and a 737-800 such as the one that's now at the back of the shot. Hold the thought for a start. Let's do Kenji's fireworks. So yeah, cutting to the chase, Kenji, you might remember that stream yonks back where you were asking or noted the relative similarity in size between those great big power units and the adjacent 737-800 fuselage, because it didn't look like there was much in it. The following is a bit of a Mark lash up, so enjoy a wry chuckle with that, but bottom line is, yeah, the engine is actually, with its outer casing, slightly bigger than the 737 fuselage in terms of width, 3.77 metres versus 3.76. That is for the GE90 115B, which is the only type in use on the 737, so on the 777-300ER. Anyway, there you go, Mark slash up, tail of the tape stuff. Sometimes with the way things park up next to each other, you do get some sort of, you think it's an illusion, but on that occasion it really wasn't. Yorkshire Biker, I've just seen your FR22 comment. I'll let you into a little secret. I was on Edinburgh for the first bit of the show when I was faffing around. Just before I went live, I thought, what's going on here? Then it was still on Edinburgh. Audrey McDonald. Good afternoon, Audrey. Let me go to camera. How you doing, Audrey? Hope you're keeping well. Just wanted to say hi face to face, so to speak. Looks like we've got a push back and turn with Ryanair though, so I'll have to take my Fizzog off screen. There you go, still in the pushback phase. We've got another arrival, Flying Dutchman, or a late running Flying Dutchman, the Eastern Airways KLM service that is on to finals now, an Embraer 190 long range, no less. So stay on that for a jiffy longer. In fact, no, let's just go into the foreground. Whatever this is all about, I'm not sure of it. Right. Deborah Bell, see you next time. Hoping you'll be able to catch some of us on Sunday, but whether you can or can't, see you soon, that's what we hope. Right, I think we can get to the inbound Embraer, that'll be nice. Thinking we could have a rather handy planes and trains channel really. We'd have a camera on a pole filming the metro trains over the hedge behind us and do the planes at the front, picture in picture. Simples. Michelle Johnson, essentially that. The 737-800 fuselage would just nick inside the envelope for the GE90 engine case. I was trying to imagine 6 seats and an aisle. It sounds bonkers. So this aircraft, the Embraer 190 long range, started out with Augsburg, well, I'm not saying it right, am I? Somewhere in Germany, Airlines. I was going to take a picture of the livery actually, but it looks exactly pretty much as Eastern have it now. Bizarrely. Augsburg, and that's as it was. It just had Augsburg written on a plain white fuselage. So in some respects, Eastern Airways have funked it up a little bit with a little logo on the tail fin. Robert D confirms that the Naples flight is now 18 minutes late. Never on time. I'll stick my neck out. Never on time. Well, it's never on time if I turn up. Look at that. It's got a nice little Eastern splash on the tail. Augsburg Airways had it before. It was just a white plane with their name on the top of the fuselage. So this plane's never had much paint on it other than the white stuff. So we've got somebody else on finals. Who is that somebody else? Jet 2 in the holidays livery, inbound from Faro. They are high on final approach. Looks like Eastern might be waiting for the gate that Ryanair are shortly to vacate. Well, they kind of are vacating it really. As they await the Gran Canaria flight to get moving. All right. Yeah, Rab H, an Dornier, oh, doesn't sound right, does it? Dornier 328 would be a nice treat for today if it actually popped through. You see one of those at Zurich, the British Airways example. I seem to remember getting very excited about it and tapping Eddie on the shoulder to point the camera at it. Him looking back at me to say, what? So, let's have a look at the Jet 2 holidays emojis in the chat. Yorkshire Biker and Rab H, Robert D, HGC, all bringing the sunshine home. Boy, does it look sunny too. Right, we should get a nice crossover shot now as this passes through the bushes, comes out the other side, and Ryanair goes in the opposite direction. So there's our Jet 2. Can I spell the writing on the plane, Audrey? I don't know which plane we're talking about. My attempt at butchering Augsburg or something else. Yeah, Caroline, I think the tower here is pretty stylish, really. It's in that kind of pepper pot type style. Let's just go back, talk about what you can see kind of thing. The tower at Edinburgh a little bit taller, and probably my favourite of the two, but it's pretty grand here. So I was wrong with my forecast that Eastern Airways was heading to gate 4. I bet this is where this is going though. No, changed my mind. Hawkeye Dinu, member for 5 months. 5 months already. And of course it's been my pleasure to watch the planes directly with Hawkeye, who actually stood out for 2-3 hours in what can only be described as rubbish weather on Sunday. Awesome commitment. All right, no time to dally. So we do Hawkeye's fireworks in a jiff. Let's get this plane in before I forget. Ouchie. So this plane inbound from Prague, having departed 2 hours ago. No time at all, really. And well, I think on, good afternoon and welcome to anyone that's just joined the show. Welcome to Newcastle. If you don't know who I am, I'm Mark. So Ryanair just working its way out to line up. Should be a turn and burn. Check that hazing. I won't go in too hard. So I think I'm answering Audrey's question. So let's have a look. Augsburg, Augsburg. Right, Hawkeye Danu's fireworks before we go veering off piste. Here we go, Hawkeye. Thanks for your support, buddy. Really appreciated. So they're setting fire to stuff again down at the fire station. I'm glad I'm not having any of that. Doesn't feel like it could be life enhancing. 144 likes, says Michelle Johnson. 145, says Philip Borin. 5 more to get us north of the 150. So, of course, folks, gentle plea on likes. If you are in the show, you've yet to hit the like button. Goes a massive distance for us small channels. Be great if you could hit the like button, get us north of the 150. On air till about 3:45, so it's everything helps. Ash Watts, catch you soon, buddy. Thanks for joining us. Thanks, Audrey. Hopefully I'll not have to call that one again. I've forgotten. You know what a rogue I am with accurate pronunciation. Oh, best regards to John as well, before I forget. You know, for a metro train, that sounded like it were going some. $150 is up, says HTC. Awesome stuff, team. Quick peal of fireworks to say thanks to everybody. Bringing that 150 up. So the Emirates Triple, the plane that is in the middle part of the shot, the big beast as it is, due out at 2:15. Be interesting if it goes on time. We see what the status of the stairs is at the rear. Still attached. So I don't know. We'll see. That was as refreshing as I made it sound. Fire engines now left the front of the building. Ambulance has gone as well, so whatever the incident was is done. We've got a runway check on the go. Looks kind of that way. Fire tenders off to the bizjet park. Nick Gray is in the house. Hello, my friend. It's a pleasant surprise at this end if you're talking about us being on today. Nice to see you. And good afternoon to Marcus on the coast last night, watching the Northern Lights. Planes are going through, but the view was awesome. Yeah, I was saying earlier on in the show that Northern Lights, well, I'll fetch it back up actually for those who like these things. That's me included. So Les Donaldson sent us this one earlier, seen from Falkirk. Although I was saying earlier in the show, it kind of looks to me like there must be some kind of UFO saucer the other side of that hedge. But anyway, Beautiful, stunning. When we first moved to the northeast, I did have a tendency to stay up for, you know, the forecasts you might see the northern lights, but cloud cover nearly always rendered the exercise pointless. So as I need my sleep more than I need the sight of the northern lights, kind of don't put the effort in anymore, and you know what happens, you don't put the effort in, you don't get the result. Alibi 58. Do you reckon it's all kicking off the other side of the hedge? That is an alternative explanation, isn't it? Definitely. Oh dear. We need Les back in the show to offer a view on that. Kind of reminds me, no, I'll stay away from this story actually. Oh dear. Forget I was starting with that one. So we have an EasyJet high on finals in from Bristol, an A320-200, departed 45 minutes ago. No, I got 50 minutes. It's close enough, but no cigar. So this was the Prague flight, was it not? I've been streaming off for a little while, so clearly, if it weren't full, it can't have been more far off. Oh, Audrey got the Northern Lights as well. 9:15. Now that's more in my budget, Audrey. 9:15. I think 9:30 I was probably asleep. Crikey, visible as far as New Jersey. Wowee. Just looking at Nick Gray's comment. Right, better make ready for the inbound EasyJet. Well, I'm sure I've got a shot at the Northern Lights at some point during the winter. Let's just see. Nell W's in the show. Good afternoon, Nell. How goes it? Are you finished for the day? Sneaky break? Or something else completely different? Anyway, great to see you. Oops, just wriggled away from me as I was checking the next plane in, which is in fact not coming our way, it's an overfly by the look of it. Hawkeye Danu. See you soon, buddy. Thanks for joining us. So having a look to see how the action stacks for us, we've got Jet 2 inbound from Ibiza during 9 minutes, being tagged by Jet 2 from Malaga immediately behind it, and a Chewy, the late running, to say it, arrival from Naples. So we've got 3 on the spin inbound. Half a hunch this Loganair is off to Exeter, but let's just check that one out. You know what Mark's guesses are like. So 2:15, Emirates are due out the door. Get it right. About 12 minutes, 13 minutes away. We've got the bizjet departure of Gamma Aviation's Bombardier Challenger 604. That's also 2:15, so definitely time to get a brew on. Loganair, as in the Loganair you are looking at, is in fact off, as I correctly forecast for once, to Exeter. Mark Pride, catch you Sunday, buddy. We should have a Eurowings arrival fairly soon as well. They were due in at 10 past. They are looking at all the 2s, 22 minutes past 2. Well, I have a hunch that this plane hasn't taken much loading. Looks lovely in the sunshine though, it really does. Thank you, Robert D. So that Challenger 604 is now pinging away. If we're lucky, it might sneak out a little bit early. We'll keep a watch on that one. I'll tell you what, just as an aside folks, anyone seen, it's certainly been reported fairly avidly in the UK media that, and you know the way this goes round in a circle, but apparently now it seems that drinking tea and coffee, common denominator being caffeine, is actually quite a good thing for you after all. Helps protect you against heart attacks and strokes. It's funny how you read things that you're interested in. Anyway, I read it in the print rather than off a internet stream or something like, news feed. So the only thing it didn't say is who paid for the research, because obviously if it was PG Tips or Nescafe or something, Kenko, they've got a vested interest. But I like the sound of that. As a man, apparently the more you drink, the more protection you get. And I like generally about 8 cups of tea a day, minimum. So I think that's the end of my interest in that. I don't want to find out that that research was flawed and it's as bad in the opposite direction. That would not do. Right, Jet 2 can't be far off our horizon now. I'm just going to rest us here. In fact, let's see if the stairs are off the back of the triple. They are, aren't they? Good-o. So our 777 can't be too far off shaking a leg. Let's go to the foreground and just see what's happening here. Not much, I don't think. Mary Brock, it's been a pleasure to share your company today, so have a great night's sleep and look forward to catching up again. Have a good one. Lowlander's been told to drink black tea. That might be the bit that's missing out the article, isn't it? Is it better drunk black? You know, you get all of the benefit. Milk, you start to get into that, is it full cream milk? Is it semi-skimmed? You know, all that blah, blah, blah. I find black tea quite difficult to drink, but when I used to work, I'd drink it rather than have no tea. Definitely. I think it's all to do with the quality of the tea in such situations. Michelle Johnson, that's me as well. I'm a teapot with tea. First thing that happens in the morning, I tend to get up about 5:30, kettle's on, pot of tea, and minimum of 3 that I get out of it. If Mrs PSA's up early, 3 each. If it's me to myself, as it was this morning and will be tomorrow morning, in fact Sunday too actually, thinking about it, I'll be early rising and she won't. It'll definitely be 4. And then I'm right as rain. But yeah, if there's some kind of extra benefit to all of that, I'm definitely chuffed. Although I always think it depends who's commissioned the research. Right, high in the sky, I see my incoming plane. That plane being a Jet 2 from Ibiza. Now been travelling 2 hours 34 minutes. 6 years of age, the aircraft, entering service with Jet 2 in March 2018. Yeah, I've got to be honest, Rab, that is the downside with being a tea guzzler. The first one's boiling hot, and then even with a good teapot with a cosy, they're never quite the same thereafter, but within tolerance, I think, within tolerance. Triple 7 CPT, hello to you, and you're flying with Emirates next week. Which day do you fly, 777? That's interesting, Tony Rivers. I thought it was 3 minutes, but I suppose if it's 3 minutes for the first cup and second cup, obviously, how long does it take me to drink that first cup? The heat of it probably stops me squashing it down in sort of, yeah. I think the second, telescope moment nearly. I think the second cup is definitely getting 5 minutes. Despite me and his mother being prodigious, yeah, tea guzzlers, our Eddie don't do hot drinks at all. Not of any flavour. If it's hot, he don't want it. So tucked in behind this, I think we've got the TUI Naples flight as well. So as I recollect it, there's 3 back-to-back. HGC, member for 6 months. Great friend to the channel. Fireworks are coming your way, HGC. As soon as we get this 737 parked up somewhere. Check that sunshine. Bring me sunshine. Right. HGC, your fireworks are queued up. Here they go. Michelle Johnson. Yes. I'm a little teapot, short and stout. Here's my handle and here's my spout. Indeed. Rab H building towards 18 months of membership. Time does fly, doesn't it? I was musing the other day of the challenges that it applies to most UK streamers in terms of the difference between summer and winter timetables. Certainly a proportion of us, and all of us when it comes to what the weather gets to do for the next 6 months. Oops, no time to... We're looking at the wrong end of that plane. We've got to look at the pointy end, this end. Sorry Rab, I've overcounted you again, have I? So to warn you, only read the screen out of one eye. Anyway, support is much appreciated. Right, somebody else on its way. So the plane we are looking at is certainly not the Naples one that I called. TUI must be the one after that. Jet 2 on shot is the Malaga arrival, which must mean that TUI is next. Which they are. Ah. 777 pushing back. Lovely jubbly. We'll stay on this for a little bit longer. The inbound plane is still fairly high in the sky and sunny day like this. Just going to fire a shot off. Just the one. Good afternoon, Elizabeth Montgomery. How are you doing, Elizabeth? Oops, plane's here. All the way from Naples. Paul Redden. Good afternoon, Paul Redden. How you doing? Right, so that is our inbound, and next outbound, Eastern Airways returning to Amsterdam Schiphol with their Embraer 190 long range. Seems a bit of overkill really, deploying the 190 long range to the shuttle service that is Newcastle to Amsterdam, but hey ho. Tell you what, I'm going the wrong way. Let's go this way. Because the Loganair has also pushed back and turned, so there's our Naples flight. Just not sexy enough. We have our 777, a bit more sexy. And over here, quite a lot of curb appeal, Loganair, but just not quite enough. Oh, police helicopter. I'll see that one in a bit, no doubt. So, Robert D. Rab H, pressing for chopper time. Indeed it is. Good afternoon, Anthony. Hope you're doing well. So Eurowings can't be far off being with us. And of course this is Eurowings. We're on cue. Right, we'll pick that one up in a minute because the big one's moving. Nicely photo bombed. Not hanging around either, is it? All that's missing is a bit of squealing off those tyres. So next inbound, a Jet 2 from Mahon. Coming your way, folks. Audrey, I saw that as well. I think what afternoon, was that Monday afternoon? Monday or Tuesday? I'm going to say Monday. Police helicopter, out and about, seeking out crime and all that goes with it. So, yep, thanks Elizabeth Montgomery. This Eurowings is from Dusseldorf. Great airport to spot at. I have to say I didn't see a huge amount else of Dusseldorf, but here it's a great place to go. Plane spotting was great. And of course the show will be going on the road with us soon as well. October is going to see us off to Barcelona for a first ever show. Somewhere along the line, Loganair have managed to discreetly slide out as well, so we've got 3 to go, I think. Emirates, the meat in the sandwich. Robert D says we've got a KC 135 just gone over Durham. That'll be interesting. Which way is it shaping? Coast or inland? Probably coast, I'm going to guess, but that'll be a treat in a bit if we got that. Right, so Eastern Airways ready to go. Runway has been vacated, track has run clear, looking good. Roger that, Alibi 58. Hopefully I will get a chance to pick the tanker up. I've got it on my screen now. Sugar. There's a lot more cloud than there was. Got it. Can I quickly snick it onto the screen? Cloud cover's just a bit brutal. Not undoable, just enough to thwart us. Tried though. Good shout, team. So here we go. Ooh, nice early rotation. He'll get a better look at that tanker. Right, 777 time. Just gets that a little bit nearer. Should have gone at 1/4 Where are we now? 14:26. Back into the last hour and a quarter of the show as well. ETA finish is 15:45 UK. And for anyone that has just joined the show, a very warm welcome from me, Mark, here at Newcastle International Airport. As we await the Emirates 777's departure, return to Dubai. We've got another Chewy inbound, this one from Zakynthos, having departed 3 hours 39 minutes ago, a max 8 of 2 years of age. High in the sky at the minute, but we'll go to that momentarily. Look fairly well loaded out around the gates at the airport now, so we should see a rash of departure action in the final phase of the show. So settle back, make sure you've got beverages, biscuits. We'll talk about the medicinal benefits of tea and coffee. Wouldn't it be great for once if someone said biscuits ain't bad for you neither? I know that's highly improbable, but Trevor Russell, hi to you. Just got back home. Do tell. From where? Remind us. Have you told us? I can't remember. Lovely to see you. Where's my plane gone? Oh, there it is. Yeah, we'll wait a little bit. Let's stay with the triple. The last time we see the triple in the show, really. Right, something else flying up behind me. What's that? Oh, it's only a 320. Well, we've got those here, haven't we? I overplayed my hand. We're talking about runway accumulations of rubber during Sunday's Edinburgh show, and I was looking at the landing zone there. It looks pretty claggy, although I suppose with resurfacing the runway next month, probably don't really want to spend on declagging when you're ripping up the tarmac anyway. Afternoon, Davey. Hello to you. And chewy emojis deployed. Yvonne V, Rab H, I see blue from. I think that's the blue. Right, here we go. Hold on tight, folks. Prepare to hear some of those dulcet tones of the GE90 115B engine, capable of 115,000 pounds worth of thrust per square foot. Will definitely take your hat off. I'm loving where your line of question goes, Carol Ann, to Rab. Does he like disco? I'm kind of imagining if Rab's the disco king. Let's see if he does. And we're rolling. We're rolling. See you Sunday, Audrey. Hello, hello. Got you back, team. To apologise for the loss of sound. Let me just get things back where they should be. That was a drama. Grateful if somebody could confirm if sound is in the right place. Sounds a little bit loud to me. Let's try that. I'm back now, W. Bit of a raggy ast. Don't know what caused that, but I got there in the end. Right, here's our Bombardier Challenger 604. Shortly to depart for, I've forgotten where it's going, Farnborough. Thinking heck. So I've literally paired everything back at this end. I've junked the fireworks, the second camera. The only thing left was to swap the HDMI cable, which I didn't really want to do. I didn't really think it was the cable. Oh, hang on, something fantastic here. It's green and it's on the screen from Davey. Thank you so much. Keep up the good work, says Davey, from the place it all started for you in 1979. Davey, thank you so much, buddy. Let's see if we can actually add them back. I'll keep that lined up. I might be able to get that back, but I'm going to leave the second camera off. So let's add another one. Picture in picture. Now, whatever the issue is, I can't do fireworks as such, I don't think. Oh. Did I spy Rob Prefect dodging out? They're all going to come out now like an ant's nest. Davey, I can't get the fireworks on, I don't think, my friend. I do apologise. Whatever killed the sound seems to have caused other little background issues, but I think it's connected with the second camera, oddly enough. Carol-Anne's off for coffee. Excellent, Carol-Anne. Remember, it's got lots of benefits apart from the obvious. Alright, here we go. Here we go, here we go. There's 3 more of these to go as well, unless I've lost my tally. And we're off. Nearly forgot we've got a bizjet patiently waiting its go. This won't hang around either. This will be an up like a rocket kind of moment. Sue Major, good afternoon, Sue Major. How you doing? Tony Rivers, I've just spotted your comment about me never sounding so good. on mute. Gutted. Unbelievable. Possibly true, but insensitive. EasyJet on the way out, turning to Bristol. Tricky little critter to find. So EasyJet over there, orange plane near the orange sock. I'm feeling we might have a police helicopter operating over on the far side. I can see something that's got to be, can't be a bird. Light aircraft, must be that. Never mind, I'm not confusing myself. I can see something that's disappeared now, so I shut up. While we await that plane to make its way out steadily, let's have a quick look at the Eurowings A320. I think it's 320. Julie Evans. Good afternoon to Julie Evans. Just catching the chat back up. Pokey Live. Hello to you. Welcome to the show, and same to DMC22. Yep, sun is shining. Things are looking good. Plenty of planes on the forecourt. EasyJet just about at the bottom of the track to depart. Somebody high in the sky on finals. That's somebody, a Chewy 737 from Nvidia, coming our way. Yeah, Rab, I don't think the F-15s are in my budget, do you? They were over there. Oh dear, no. Maverick 79. Howdy to you, buddy. Hope all is good. So what's happening? That EasyJet is nearly at the bottom of the track. It ain't going to get there quickly enough to go. It's pretty much going to have to hold, I think. Actually, I don't know. It might get to go. Let's see. Yeah, I think it's time if it gets on with it. Yeah, holding. Just catching the chat up. Maverick, did you have a nice time, mate? we go. Here's plane time. Robert D has turned my screen green. Thanks, Robert D. Gifted a membership to the channel. Who got it? Oh, that's brilliant. Sue Major is in the show as well. That is win-win. Robert D, thank you so much, buddy, for your fantastic support. Sue Major, welcome back. It's nice on a Friday, isn't it? As I was saying to Davey, Robert, I can't get the fireworks up. I think we're just going to have to go belt and braces to show's end. So I understand better what took the audio off. And why, most importantly. Right, so we'll let that one work its way to the building. Tell you what, I might be getting the coat on. It's getting a wee bit nippy. But while that's lining up, let's take the sunshine shot that's on offer. I think that's a good shout, Julie Evans, puff of smoke. I think the challenge is always trying to get something that looks on your screen, as in the designer's screen, to be recognisable as an emoji, because the dimensions on the emojis are pretty small. But it's one we'll have a look at, because we're quite keen on a turn and burn as well. But finding a way of making it recognisable in such a small postage stamp is where the challenge is. But we like a challenge. H dot. Good afternoon, H dot. Okay, where to point the camera next? Just there will do nicely. Grab H, I bet you fancy a double fish supper. Couldn't be faulted if you did. Right, what we've got next in? Jet2 Holidays inbound from Rome. That's your next arrival team. Small minutes away, having departed Rome just over 2.5 hours ago, loitering around at around 1,500 feet. Yeah, I'm coating up. I'm not that heroic. Do apologise. You will hear an increase in rustling as Mark slithers into his coat. But it's suddenly gone nippy. Now the sun's not on my back in quite the same way. Anyway, that feels loads better. There you go, I think we're good. Just a little tweak on there for the crosswing. DMC 22. I hope it is for you, my friend. It's not a bad day at all, this. One eye up in the sky, I can hear something droning away, but I don't see a corresponding icon on flight radar. Got no visual on it anyway, so it all adds up to the same thing. Afternoon RSVP. Hope the week's been a good one for you. So that windsock has not slacked all day. So on the far side, it looks like Jet 2 holidays have pushed and turned. Can't quite see what the departure is yet, but almost certainly they're freeing the gate up for this baby, inbound from Rome. Now Rab H, mushy peas with haddock, that's fine, definitely. Chips, haddock, mushy peas. Definitely, that's the way to go. We might be coming towards the end of the summer season, but still plenty of summer sunshine tail fins on the forecourt. Could you get any more O's on that? No! Definitely. Michelle Johnson's spot on as well. Honestly, it's the way to go. Yeah, no W. It's a proper top trump set, isn't it? Jet 2 in both their guises. Some Chewy, 3 Chewy. What do I see there? 3 Chewy, 4 Jet 2s. In fact, it's going to be 5. I'm going to try and take a picture of this if I can, because I don't think I've seen as many in one frame. So in a minute you're going to see another Jet 2 Holidays enter the shot. There it is. So as soon as that's about in the middle, that'll do. Wasn't quite the middle, but there's my dash at getting it in the middle. So I think the final phase of the show, and we are into that kind of window now. Plan on finishing around 3:15, 3:30, 4:45, depending on this next phase really. If the action runs continuously or reasonably continuously, we'll bring it you. Seem to have enough of everything, power-wise anyway. Work its way out to the bottom. I think Eurowings can't be far off going either. So those steps are coming off. Jackie McDonald. Good afternoon, Jackie. All the way to our west in Dallas. Only 9 AM there. All that Friday feeling still very much in its infancy. Well, happy Friday to you. Ooh, Les is back. Les, great to have you with us, mate. Alibi thought that your Northern Lights photo might have been local youths setting fire to stuff the other side of the hedge. I'm still sticking with my Les was abducted by aliens, and if you're new to the show and wondering what I'm on about, here's Les's Northern Lights sighting. Right, Jet 2, where are you? Cabo Taxi, hello buddy. Yeah, I would have done, I permanently fancy a Wednesday show at Edinburgh, and to be fair, as per Sunday, last Sunday, left the man thinking it'd be possible to do it, but couldn't do it, which is a gutter, because I'd love to have seen that 777. Always a challenge, matching ambition with other things. But yeah, you're dead right. 200 likes are up, says HDC. Oh, I can't reach for the fireworks, can I? Well anyway, thank you so much to everybody that has given us a like. Absolutely awesome. So let's go. Hi Phil. Just in time to catch the Jet 2 Holidays departure to Bodrum. Lined up, ready to go. think he got that one up pretty steeply. What do you think, folks? Up, steps have come off the Euro wings, just as I figured it probably was going to play that way. So a loiter there for the pushback. That's just me tweaking the sound marginally. Something just caught my eye that I figured needed a bit of advanced TLC. I'm a Yorkshire biker. I'm famished all of a sudden. It's stolen up on me. It really has. So steps off this Eurowings A320, return flight to Dusseldorf. So we'll stay with that momentarily, I think. Nothing else seems to be transponding. So we'll look at the arrivals board. Logan Air coming down the coast, but they are going to drive straight by to Norwich, of all places. Next inbound for us looks like a Ryanair from Dublin, with us in 9 minutes, and that's pursued by a KLM Embraer 175 standard. That'd be nice. I like the 175. Keep it clean, Michelle Johnson. Me twerking, hilarious. Oh, another grab prefect on the way out, feeding them out so they don't race each other back to Cranwell. So I make it 2 more to come after that. Question is, how much track will he need, or she? Now I'm without energy bars today, Michelle. Trying to be a bit healthier. Yeah, taking the full run up. You did right out of by 58. I don't need to be given those kind of ideas, do I? Terrible. Right. Let's have you, baby. Roger that, Sam Thirlaway, police chopper on its way back. It's back. Crikey, Sam, you're not joking. He's off in the bushes, so let's go back to our prefect. Here we go. Will that run up for that tiny hop, skip and jump? Wasn't expecting him to pull a turn there, and in the meantime, as you might expect, Eurowings have pushed and turned. Still, at least we're ready for them. Checking out some of that up like a rocket emoji. Michelle Johnson, Yorkshire biker, Les Donaldson, you're not wrong. Need half that runway to get up. And we're off. Ooh, what's that talk in the chat? Liver and onions. Oh yeah, superb. Right, high in the sky, I'm going to guess is Ryanair's 737 inbound from Dublin. Usually around 15 minutes or less. It's not actually. Or is it? Yeah, it is. Followed by KLM. So the inbound plane did depart 42 minutes ago, or certainly started bleeping 42 minutes ago. I guess with westerly winds, things were pretty much in its favour. Good afternoon, trains at London Paddington. Cheerfully noting, my friend. Let's have a look, see. I think I can hear it, but only if I can see it. So folks are wondering what I'm looking for. It's Qatar Airways A350. It is grazing us on its way past from Newcastle. There goes Eurowings. KLM hot on their heels though, hot on their heels. Plenty enough time though. So off to Düsseldorf goes this baby. KLM with their Embraer 175. Smiley Dolphin is in the house. There's no way this is coming long, but that would be such a treat if it did. Let's take a quick snap of what we have then. Not hanging around either. Well, definitely the speediest taxi of the day, hands down. Oh yes, just the job. Phil Tovey, good afternoon, Phil. Good afternoon, BFS Aviation. Hello to you, I do remember you. You were musing on doing a Belfast stream, I think last time we spoke in a stream. Don't know if that's progressing. Oh, is it the very last day today now, W, to vote in the Belgium Airlines iconic livery poll? If you've not yet checked that one out, I see Nell's put the link in the chat. It's, well, too much fun not to participate in, really. Major kudos to Brussels Airlines, some superb choices. So yeah, if you've not yet checked it out, it's worth checking out. If only we had more of that in the UK. So, where was I going anyway? Trains at London, Paddington? No, I was hoping to stream on Wednesday, but it didn't work that way. Oh, got another tutor, prefect. I suppose that technically counts as a telescope. What do we call that? Is that 24? Have to be, wouldn't it, really? Well, it's a telescope because it was off the deck. Squirted away. So yeah, I was hoping to catch that 777, didn't work that way, but of course those of you that are in our members Facebook group will have the chance to check out DB Bassman's capturing of it on his phone. Debbie, when you say Happy World Egg Day, I'm thinking, can there really be a World Egg Day? Easter Egg Day would be nice. I know it's nowhere near Easter, but Happy World Egg Day. The things you need to celebrate. I'm with you, Julie Evans. I love the poppy livery. At the risk of over-encouraging Rab H, I did like the cycling one too, the leader is it? And I can't think of the other one, can't think of the name, but the one with the map on the side. Looks like they've got a Jet 2 pushback over, there we go, let's just stretch out, 2 for 1 there. Yeah, some great choices and some interesting stories behind the images as well. So yeah, check it out, folks. Tony Rivers, you're right, man. One job indeed. In my defence, okay, Rab's confirming 24. Yeah, I'm accepting the telescope. It's a dinky little tiny thing to see, and it comes out of the bushes. I know. It's number 24 anyway. It's taken on the chin. The worst of it was, I thought I'd spotted it in time, and then, as we already know, these things get up off the deck really quickly. Right, let's see what's left on the deck for us. So, departure wise, We've got a jet2.com off to Antalya and a Chewy off to Sharm el Sheikh, and they're both running late from what I can see, so they should be shaking a leg pretty darn soon. BFS Aviation saw a Jet 2's plane on the way in from school. To be fair, I think we've got about 10% of their fleet here. I don't think we have really, but we've definitely got plenty of Jet 2 action. You could convince yourself it was July and the big getaway or something, couldn't you? All those tail fins. Trains at London Paddington? I don't know, my friend. What do you reckon? Yeah, BFS Aviation. You don't need to spam the chat. I've seen the message, my friend. Just enjoy the stream. Debbie, you're excited by it. You are the master of the pun. Okay. For all the world I can hear something behind me that sounded a bit helicopterish, but there's nothing showing on flight radar, so I'll chalk that one off to an illusion. Yeah, 40% chance, says Trains at London Paddington. Fair chance then. Right, I see that Chewy Sharm el Sheikh departure on the move. There you go. We'll track it out. Can't risk telescope 25. Still think there's another Rob Prefect to go as well. Starting to play on my mind now. Gonna get another telescope off the same blinking plane, so to speak. So I see the likes are at 217, so it'd be nice if we could get to 250 by close. No worries if we don't, but if you are in the show and you've yet to hit the like, please do give us that support. I think we're pretty much in the last 15 minutes now. Just depends how the last bits of the puzzle fall into place. Yes, see you Sunday, Trains at London Paddington. We are back to Edinburgh Sunday for our regular Sunday show. Poor Julie Evans, that is a tricky question. Let's see if anyone can tell us in the chat via the internet or personal knowledge. What does Chewy stand for? That's a hell of a question. It's going to be something, isn't it? But I ain't got a waking clue. So Jet 2 have pushed and turned with their Jet 2 flight to Antalya. So I've got that sort of 10 o'clock to my current position. So one eye is on that while we track out with the Chewy. Let's see if we know what Chewy is. Well, to be fair, Julie Evans, somebody needs to Google it. I want to know. Definitely need to know. What does Chewy stand for? Ooh, RAB-H. Touristic Union International. Wow. Well, enough said. Well done, RAB-H, and well done, Julie, for taking us to that place. We just bandy it around. Oh, police helicopter. Out to fight a bit more crime. Quite nice of him to peel away to the left. So, screen lights pink. RAB-H, Les Donaldson, Nell W, Yorkshire Biker, all getting the chopper time emoji going. Michelle Johnson. Yvonne V has us on point with the Chewy departure in front of us, off to Sharm el Sheikh. Trevor Russell expects the police chopper to be coming his way. Let's see. We're hanging about. Good afternoon, Roger Knott. Right, there should be a slam dunk good to go. And we're off. Yeah, Julie Evans, you've created chat mayhem. The old digits are feeling it now. Right, so we do have a jet2.com 737 taxiing out now for departure to Antalya. Where are we now? 15:32. That might be our final plane of the show. We'll see. If anything else fires up, we'll stick around till 3:45. Ooh, we've got a very nifty little twin turbo prop in a Woodgate Aviation Beach 200C Super King Air, due in quite soon actually. 15:46. Carol Ann, it's been my pleasure to share your company this afternoon. See us next time. Happy Friday indeed. Don't forget we are on Sunday if you are about. Different change of pace of course. Off to Scotland, Edinburgh on Sunday. LW Chewy. It's terribly underestimated interior. Loving the creativity. To be fair, I've not been on a Chewy for ages. Right, we're rolling. This may well be the last departure of the show. Don't think anything else is transponding. Nothing's imminent on finals. So, we'll have a quick look-see, quick round. Oh, we've got a Rob Prefect to go. I've got to make amends. As he's here, we'll have him. Not having a telescope for it. Although we might be able to finish out with that one. It takes too long to get to the back of the track. Les Donaldson, you guys absolutely rock in the chat. I know the pun has been used already, but I'm ecstatic. And now I've got some understanding of what Chewy's all about. I'm also educated.
Exterminated. Oh dear. Crikey. Taking a nice slow run out. Don't be. Except, honestly, you lot, bonkers. Hey up, this is more like it. You don't need all the track. It's a hop, skip and a jump. There we go. Roger not. I am Edinburgh Sunday, so that'll be 10 to 8 UK time through till around 1:15, 1:30. Generally try and finish with a Delta Airlines 7672 New York. So that's the plan, all teed up for Sunday. Here we go, we're off. What was that? 20 foot? 50 foot? Another Jet 2 on its way out. I'm just going to take another still of, see how it works out amongst the tail. Oh, there's two moving. Unbelievable. There's a lot of tail fin action. I tell you what, there can't be many egg puns left. Thank you, Kenji. Let's get back to some sunshine emoji. Alibi. Don't do it, man. Don't do it. I didn't know there could be so many gags involving eggs. Looks like we have a small finale of departure actions. So what can we see on the deck? I see 4 planes all bleeping away.
2, 3, 4, yeah. It's like the wacky races for planes. Oh dear, great comeback, Alibi. This scrambled your head. It scrambled mine too. I think I'm just going to phone Eddie up and say, come pick me up. Head's popped. Yeah, Stephen Marchant, I think that's awfully good of you to sublet your jet to somebody else. Right, so these two are definitely moving. I'll do the credits in a minute and then we'll finish with a couple of departures. I think that's the way to do it. That's the way to do it. Who's going to make the corner first? I think you're right, Kenji. It's definitely the drag race of the jets of the day. Actually, I haven't seen one of those drag races for a while, and certainly not with two from the same airline. There's definitely a bit of a competitive edge going on there. So we've got a KLM pushing back and turning as well. So there is a little frenzy of activity. So in the race, going back to the drag race because it's just got extra interesting. So one of the competitors is now backtracking up the active runway, although is a little bit behind its competitor. The active runway plane is off to Heraklion, Crete, and over on the far side we have the Dalaman flight. That's Mark's horse commentator voice channeling Peter O'Sullivan, if folks can remember him from many moons past. So this is going to go first. It's definitely got track position, but that wasn't what I wanted to look at. It just got too appealing. I do love an Embraer 175, especially one that's got the sun beating on it. Let's just have a quick look, see what's happening. Hang on, developments at the front of the track. Looks like he's had to fold back in. It was a brave effort, but he's going out number 2. Team orders have been pulled in the jet2.com holidays livery garage. That's just how it has to be. Dalaman's going first. And bearing in mind you've got Chewy looking for that third step on the podium with Tenerife departure, Stephen Marchant's private jet, as it was saying in the chat. We've got another Jet2 holidays sliding out the pits, also going Tenerife, but I'm just going to stay with the KLM departure in a minute. As the first of our Jet2s prepares to fire itself out of the cannon. That is runway 25 here at Newcastle International Airport. We are all on the move, Michelle. You are so right. I literally thought this wasn't going to happen while we were live. And if you're wondering if there's a limit to how much more stuff could be on the move, looks like Ryanair are on their way to Dublin. Oh, telescope alert. Ooh. Too many sweets in the sweet shop. So, one-time leader in the drag race, but relegated to second place, the Heraclean departure. Looking all that emoji action, sunshine emoji, HGC, Michelle Johnson, Yorkshire Biker, Les Donaldson, Rab H, Nell W. Screen has been set on fire. Good afternoon and welcome to anyone that has joined the show for the final stages of what turned into a bit of an aviation drag race. We're kind of gone back to normal operating mode now. There's a rash of planes departing Newcastle to bring the show to a finale. Let me just peel us to the left. There's the first two joining the queue. KLM will soon be moving their way, and probably Ryanair. Oh, we're moving. H-stop, entirely my pleasure. Thank you so much for watching us. So KLM, as forecast, are on their way to the back of the line. Chewy next to go. Oh, And while I think about it, there's the Ryanair departure, which I think is actually Gdansk rather than Dublin for some reason. I'm sure there's a Gdansk flight due to go, but I don't know. Heads are shed. All those egg jokes. Old Humpty Dumpty here. His head's all done in. Nice kind of done in though. James Woolard, good afternoon James, just spotted you in the chat. Ooh, yellow screen, bam! Stephen Marchant, thank you so much. Super chatting us £10. Great live again, Mark. I wish they kept the rooftop terrace to view it from, as it was great. The smell of aviation and fuel, and startup, etc. Yeah, I think it's the same lament I have for the Queen's building at Heathrow as a kid going there spotting. These terraces are just gold, and other countries do them, don't they? I mean, we spent a couple of great days on a superb observation deck at Zurich. Oop, and we're on the go. Steve, I can't do fireworks because they are knackered at the minute, but thank you so much. Knackered fireworks. Richard Coles, good afternoon, Richard. It is very much a finale, and thank you so much for being part of it. So who's next? Who's next to go? I've almost lost focus on who's in the queue. Tell you what, there's a slightly mean appearance to that one. If this was F1, you'd say that's someone trying to cut across the adjacent car. Got a slight lant on it. Anyway, where's it going? Hang on a minute, my screen has gone orange. Plane you're looking at, well, some of it is off to Tenerife. However, Michelle Johnson, such a great friend to the channel too. Well, I can't keep my camera pointed straight. For an excellent stream, much laughter and fun. Well, you guys and girls made that. I'm absolutely buzzing to be part of it. £25 to the cause, and remember, every penny we take at Plain Sailing Aviation goes on content. Case in point, we are off to Barcelona in a few weeks' time. All made directly possible by our fabulous supporters. Right, I think we're rolling. What a finale it's been as well. It's nice when it works like that. So I think we've got 2 left to go. Right, ready to go. Rolling, 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 as NLW calls it in the chat. Definitely that. And on cue, the Embraer moves. So final call on likes, folks. If you, anyone that's not yet liked us could be gracious to drop us a like, give us a big love and support with YouTube, and if you're not yet subscribed to us, we'd love to have you with us. Wow, that got up smartly, as they do. We've discombobulated from looking at the sun. Right, final plane of the show, which I did think was going Gdansk, Dublin. It's definitely Dublin, not Gdansk. Yeah, Dopey Gorp, good afternoon, buddy. Hope all is good. Right, this is the final plane of the show, folks, so stand by. Excuse me, team. Oh, we're moving. I'm having a mare with that sun through the hedge. Right, without further ado, just bear with me, team. I think that concludes the live action element of it all. So I'll just do my usual bit to camera and we'll go from there. Here we go. How you doing? Well, that's Friday afternoon show done and dusted. Absolutely massive shout out to the moderators team. Just been superb and great fun in the chat with all of you. I'm extremely grateful to everybody that took part in that. Just wished I'd been that side of the counter too. So moderators, God bless you all. Alibi 58, Rab H, Les Donaldson, Nell W, Dopey Gorps managed to pop in from work. And I say all those names in no particular order. Just love the team, I really do. Massive shout out to everybody that watched us, but in particular Yvonne V, who very kindly gifted us 5 memberships. TAC celebrated 2 months of membership. Foxy B, 17 months of membership. Mark Pride, 4 months of membership with the channel. Terry the Artist, 11 months membership. Tony Rivers, 4 months. Not sure if it was Tony Rivers who broke the fireworks. Only messing, Tony. John Ashley very generously super chatted us. Kenji rejoined the PSA community. Great to have you back, Ken. Hawkeye Danu celebrated 5 months with the channel. HDC 6 months. Davey very kindly dropped us a super chat. Robert D very kindly gifted us a membership. Stephen Marchant very generously super chatted us, and Michelle Johnson also very generously super chatted us. Trying to get everything into the right order here. Reach for my tablet. So let's just go. Yeah, you're right, Tony Rivers. Lit fireworks, spell big bang really. Alexandra Wood, how you doing, Alexandra? Lovely to see you. Hope you've had a good day. Let me just quickly scroll up the chat very quickly. So next action from us is going to be Edinburgh, as I've covered a few times in the show. Live from 10 to 8 UK time through till around 13:15, 13:30 UK time. That is the plan. Yeah, I reckon that is just about it. You've just been fantastic. God love you, each and every one of you. Look forward to seeing you later. Big shout out though for some upcoming action. Drones and Planes, live from Manchester, 17:30 tonight. Those guys are well worth a check out. So if you're at Toulouse End around that time of day, you could do a lot worse than spend some quality time with a great stream at Manchester. So yeah, in a nutshell, I reckon that's it. Have a great evening or morning, depending on where you're watching, and I'll see you all on Sunday. I think it might be an Eddie show on Sunday as well. It was 50-50 last night, so hope it works that way. Right, in the meantime, take care, see you soon.